I'm calling the July 18th, 2022 Mojave County Board of Supervisors meeting to order. Please join me for an invocation along with the Pledge of Allegiance. Lord, we thank you and praise you for this country that you've given us, Lord. We praise you for this county that you've given us the ability to govern ourselves, Lord. Help us to govern wisely, Lord. We pray for our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines, our Coast Guard, Border Patrol, our firefighters and our police officers, Lord, and our other county employees that have dangerous jobs. Keep them safe today as they go through their day and bring them home safely to the loving arms of their family. Help us to govern the county wisely, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Board of Supervisors may by motion recess into executive session to receive legal advice from the board's attorney on any item contained in this agenda pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3, 4, and 7. Motion and action to call for an executive session to be held August 1st, 2022 at 9 a.m. for discussion and consultation with legal counsel in accordance with ARS 38-431.03A3, 4, and 7 to discuss items noticed on the agenda with the aster.
So moved.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Discussion of pending litigation claims and demands. Mr. Attorney.
None today, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Committee or legislative report. Supervisor Bishop.
Thank you, Chairman Gold. I attended the Arizona Criminal Justice Committee meeting in Flagstaff last Thursday, and I'll be leaving tomorrow for the NACO conference in Denver, Colorado.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Angus.
Nothing this morning.
Supervisor Johnson.
Nothing, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Langenfelter.
Thank you, Chairman Gould. I just want to share with everybody, if you didn't catch it, that Mojave County, two Mojave County companies recently received state of Arizona broadband grants for middle mile broadband, Allo Fiber and WeCom. Total capital investment between those two projects is $43 million. Jeff Sabatka, who's our Arizona State Broadband Director, will be joining us the first meeting in August to tell us a little bit more about those projects and what they mean for Mojave County and our competitiveness. But I really want to just spotlight in the last couple of years or even longer than that, between these grants with total capital investment of $43 million, you've got Allo, Kingman, and Havasu. Kingman's project is $47 million. I believe Allo's Havasu project is about the same amount. And then we have TWN and MEC, their fiber capital investment. You know, that's well over $100 million that has been invested in Mojave County towards fiber broadband. And if you ask Jeff Sabatka, and I'll make sure that I do ask him on the 1st of August when he's here, he'll tell you that Mojave County is 1 or 2 years ahead of the other rural counties on rural broadband. So I just want to share that with everybody, and I hope everybody's proud of that. There's going to be a lot of opportunities here that are going to be able to use that technology in a couple of years. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. County Manager report.
Good morning, Chairman, board members. Yes, I have a few items this morning, starting with the first one. In recent board meeting and during the call to the public, there was a complaint concerning Bank Street and Neil Butler Park conditions. And just so for the record and for your information, Bank Street is not maintained by Mojave County north of the Neil Butler Park. However, there is a project programmed in the 5-year road capital improvement program to improve 2 miles of Bank Street, and that is scheduled for next year in FY24. Additionally, related to Neil Butler Park itself, the park is clean. It is monitored by our maintenance staff frequently. By the way, A new playground was installed just last year in FY21, and a new BMX track and skate park are planned for this coming fiscal year, FY23. So just wanted to make you aware of that because the complaint.
Mike?
Additionally, and similarly, at the last board meeting, there was a complaint during the call to the public related to a property, and the property number was APN 229-22035, where the complaint indicated that there was a code enforcement problem, that this problem has been going on for a long time, that the county had not done enough about it. For your information and for the record, this indeed has been going on since 2019. There has been numerous inspections and contacts with the property owner. The property owner was cited for a problem, debris and trash. He was charged, was convicted in the court of law. Jail time was served, released with conditions to clean the site up and improve conditions. So much has been removed from the site. It's 3 parcels adjacent. About 40 tons of junk and debris has been removed from the site. It is work in progress, but I just wanted you also to be aware that Mojave County staff has done and has been engaged since 2019 on this matter. It's just not an easy one. Last but not least, related to COVID tracking and reporting, we updated you a few months ago related to what we were doing with the reporting to the public and updating you, and plan to come back to you by the end of this fiscal year and give you a brief update. So we're here today to do so. Denise Burley, our public health director, will walk you through it. Thank you.
Chairman Gould, members of the board, thank you. We did, at that time, last we spoke about reporting, indicate that we would be moving forward with that change. So it was a second and fourth Wednesday of each month. And what we are transitioning to next is a monthly meeting or a monthly report. We'll continue to provide cases, deaths, hospitalizations, and variant information. Our goal is actually to try to encourage people to go to the ADHS or CDC websites where they have a great deal of data, and that is updated weekly on Wednesdays for ADHS and Thursdays for CDC. This information is available at their fingertips at any point, and actually has a great deal more data if they'd like to look at it, and it's county specific as well, so it's not just state or national level. So this is something that we plan to move to. The coronavirus response hub that we have would need to be changed as well. That particular website would include links to the reports that we provide, and we'll archive a couple of reports. We'll go back a few and make sure that we have some, maybe a couple of months worth of reports also available on that webpage. And then again, put links to the ADHS website and CDC website for the public to click on and go directly to the Mojave County sites and look up more detailed information.
Questions for Denise? Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the county manager report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman Gold.
Supervisor Bishop.
Since the county manager cleared up some comments that were made during the call of the public, I also would like to address the comments that are frequently made by Jennifer Jones Esposito and her husband Jeff Esposito, referring to my first name of Wilma. And for some reason, they think this is insulting to me, and they call me Supervisor Wilma and the little boy, and those kind of insults. But I just wanted to set the record clear. My legal name is Wilma Jean Bishop. I was named by my parents in honor of their best friend's child that died in childbirth, and his name was William. And I'm honored that they would share their baby's name with me. And it's a long story, and it's one that I really didn't think I needed to share with the public. But because of the comments, they just don't go away calling me Wilma like it's an insult. I'm honored to have that name. It's on it's on my birth certificate, it's on my school transcripts, my college transcripts, it's on my marriage license, and it'll be on my death certificate. Everything legal I sign as Wilma Jean Bishop. I'm proud of it. I don't understand the ridiculing of the name. I mean, I choose not to use it as my everyday name because I've been known as Jean or Jeannie my entire life, but legally it is Wilma Jean. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. A call to the public. Pursuant to ARS 38431.01H, a public body may make an open call to the public during a public meeting, subject to reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions to allow individuals to address the public body on any issue within the jurisdiction of the public body. At the conclusion of the open call to the public, individual members of the public body may respond to criticism made by those who have addressed the public body, may ask staff to review a matter, may ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. However, members of the public body may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during an open call to the public unless the matters are properly noticed for discussion and legal action. Wayne Hollins.
Wayne Holland, Golden Valley, Arizona, Chairman and Supervisors. I'll speak just a little bit on my second favorite subject now, which is water. I know we got some federal monies coming for water, conservation and whatever, and I'm hoping it's used for actually doing things that will put water in the ground and conserve the water that we use. That's the manual from Mojave County Flood District. And I think we don't have any water in the desert. In a year, if all the water falls on the whole county and you get, say, 5 inches, that's 3.6 million acre feet of water. And if we only put 2% of the water resources and use that, that's going to account for 90% of the county's municipal water demand projected in 2050. All that's right in the manual that we have for the county to use, and it discusses using the low impact development and decentralized stormwater infrastructure. And that means at people's houses, on people's roads, and stuff like that, not just at the injection well or a big site to collect the water, but individual things that we can do, check dams, one rock dams. We need to be putting water into the ground. It doesn't do any, you can't conserve water if you don't have water. So unless we're going to spend some money and do those projects to put that water into the ground so it's available to everybody, we don't need to conserve anything because we don't have water, and that means we're not going to have people. So hopefully, I would like to see some action being taken where we get the people involved that live here in the county. We live here, it's our county. We need to be taking responsibility along with our government to do the things that we need to do to live in our county and make it a more better place to live. So I'm hoping we can do something. We need to educate the people first and then help them do that, maybe having an incentive to do some water conservation and water harvesting. So I'm hoping to see that in the future and spend the money wisely that we're going to get, that wasn't really planned on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Regina Guaricio.
Thank you, Supervisor Chairman, Board, Manager, and Attorney. I'm here today to speak about water safety. Before I get to that, I would like to speak about John Danny Wayne Hayes. On July 14th, 2 men entered the water of the Colorado River from Davis Camp Park, in which one of them drowned. This gentleman was a resident of Golden Valley. He was one of our own. I would like to take a moment of silence for 20 seconds to honor his life as his family learns to live life without him. Seconds. That's the average time it takes a person to drown. The average rescue from a lifeguard takes 30 seconds, so they are already up against the clock with an impossible job to carry out. There are 2 things that aggravated this situation. The first, they were not wearing life jackets. That was a poor choice, but not uncommon. What is Davis Camp doing to promote their use at the park? I can answer that. Nothing. The second thing that aggravated it was having no lifeguards stationed at Davis Camp, which is unacceptable. This community of Bullhead City and the river area that accommodates the tourists and locals alike during peak season are the ones that have to call in the drowning victims, or use their personal watercraft carrying those victims to where emergency response can get to them. The response time of the park ranger at Davis Camp, which was told to me by Kristen Zimmerman, your administrative director at that park, was 2 minutes. So while we waited for the ranger to put his shoes on, someone died because it's not good enough. This is 300% higher than what you could and should do. An equipped lifeguard with a ski and water stretcher, and it'll take more than one, could have responded to that emergency. Despite their poor choices, people will make them. But that does not negate our response to those emergencies, and we do not have one. Davis Camp needs lifeguards. I will take a moment just to make a quick suggestion on how to quickly and efficiently do that. And that is to follow the example of Bullhead City. We work with the California lifeguards. You can speak with them about adding to that contract and have some lifeguards on that water right away. Let us help each other and work together to make our water safer, and in particular, Davis Camp. And I do wish to request a response on this issue from the board, if possible, today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Charles DeShazier.
Good morning. I'm here to address an issue that I've been working on for about 10 weeks now. I would like to put on to a future agenda for the board to work out the problems with that. I've been turned down 3 times now from the development services to even accept a permit application. And all I'm trying to do is I've approached all of your offices and spoken with all of your executive assistants, so hopefully you've been brought up to speed on this, but I'm looking to get a charging station for an electric vehicle on a piece of property that I own in Golden Shores. so that Mojave Electric can give me a $1,000 rebate on that project so that I can charge an electric vehicle that I hope to get someday, because I've gone through 24 vehicles in the course of the last 16 years because the road is so horrible going to and from the house I live in. The Development Services seems to not have any written policy concerning putting a power pole for this reason on a vacant lot as it is right now. And for the last 15 years, they have been denying power poles be put on vacant property, and they don't have a written policy about it at all. As of last Tuesday, I've worked my way up through the chain of command for this, and they're just not addressing the issues. They didn't have any written policy as of last Tuesday, but they wrote one up during the 18 minutes I stood in their office this morning, just specifically for me, I guess, because they didn't have one to begin with. So I don't even have evidence that they have denied me because they refused to accept the application, which is non-elected public officials not doing their job. In the military, we'd call it dereliction of duty. And I wish that you would address this by putting it on a future agenda item that, you know, at least deny me so I can appeal it somewhere up the line through a process that I've been given here, that this is the process, but I can't even get a denial on a permit for an electric vehicle. I guess that's about all I have to say today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Karen DeShazer.
Right. Do I have the right spot to put this policy on, or does it go up here?
There.
There?
That's it right there.
Right. Supervisors and my fellow Mojave County residents, are we nearing or at the point of no return and being a land of laws? If something's done incorrectly for a number of years, when is it too late to correct it? If we have a habit, are we hopeless to break it? Anarchy, doing what we think is sensible, may sound right, but in the end, we need leadership to give us safety and equal treatment through law and order. But why would we need written rules and laws and policies when we have common sense? We can all use our brains and talk about what sounds good and right to our group of friends and coworkers, but there will always be people who think differently. So it's not good enough to have verbal agreements with those we already agree with. It's got to be written down so the words can be thoroughly interpreted if necessary. This way, everyone is respected, friend or stranger, and everyone begins with an agreed upon base. No assumptions are made. And once we make laws, do we make verbal laws to prevent people from breaking those written laws? The county used the word policy when they talked to us in the last few weeks. Should we have verbal policies to keep people from breaking zoning rules? Do we know in our heads who is going to break the rules before they do it? No, none of us are mind readers, neither government or the governed. We can't head off crimes that have not been committed. If written zoning laws are regularly broken, then we need more enforcement and harsher penalties. If we can't enforce them because everyone is breaking them, perhaps we should get rid of the government-made laws because obviously the people don't want to follow them. This morning, Scott Hultree appeared after 18 minutes in Development Services when we approached to hand in our building permit. In the end, he produced this policy. I took a look at it and I didn't see a date on it. I didn't see anything that told me when it happened. So I said, "Where's the manual this came out of?" He said, "Well, it didn't." I said, "Well, when was this made up?" And he said, just now. We just printed it up. And I said, well, where were the meetings? Who talked to you about this? Oh, we had meetings here and there, and people signed off on it up the line. I said, you can't do this. Does this relate to this case? I said, does this relate to us? I asked him on the spot, and he said, yes. They made it up right now because of us, because no one had ever questioned where this written policy was in 15 years. Now, this is outrageous. This is retaliatory, discriminatory, and it's customized to our circumstance. This is the wrong way to do things. This is certainly the wrong way to do things in a government that should always work for the people. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chairman Gould?
Supervisor Angus.
Mr. Alters, can we put this on the agenda for next meeting?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Angus, consider it done.
Excuse me?
Consider it done.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, they're already going to put it on the agenda. Kenny Works.
Kenny Works, Yucca, Arizona. My reason for speaking was that I wanted to try and steer the county away, if it can, to try and not be subject to these federal grants. But this comment will affect all the previous speakers. America founding father Benjamin Franklin once said that experience is an expensive school, but fools will learn in no other. I want to say something about Thomas Carlyle. The social bonds and moral unity of the medieval period, Carlyle points to the 12th century in Past and Present, a book he wrote, were much preferable to the situation after industrialism. One issue with such a soul-sapping social environment is the despair of finding any heroes to govern you. He saw democracy as an abomination and a symptom of the moral cowardice of the governing class. He had no patience for Parliament whatsoever. Dost thou think that Wilmus Conquistador would have tolerated 10 years jargon, 1 hour jargon on the propriety of killing cotton manufacturers by partridge corn laws? To Carlyle, democracy is, as he put it, the present time, 1850, a bottomless volcano or universal powder mine of most inflammable munitions chaotic element. More than 150 years later, who can disagree with him? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Chris Rodarty.
Chris Rodarty, Kingman, and Mojave County taxpayer. Who will govern the governors? There is only one force in the nation that can be depended upon to keep government pure and the governors honest, and that is the people themselves. They alone, if well informed, are capable of preventing the corruption of power and of restoring the nation to its rightful course if it should go astray. They alone are the safest depository of the ultimate powers of government. In case you haven't noticed, I've been away for the past 2 months. During that time, watching these meetings online has led me to believe that opening quote by Thomas Jefferson was never more fitting than it is right now. At the July 5th meeting, my colleague and friend, Tonya Dowsand, spoke on a variety of agenda items in an effort to inform you, the supervisors, and the people themselves of the seriously socialist direction Mojave County has and is taking when accepting federal funding in line with unconstitutional wealth redistribution. Speaking before this body can be intimidating. However, Ms. Dowsand is always prepared and polite in her delivery. Sadly, on July 5th, she was derided, disrespected, and disregarded by members of this board. Ms. Dowsand is an unwavering, dedicated, educated patriot who diligently spends her time and treasure researching and uncovering the truth. To see her treated with such contempt and arrogance made my blood boil and my heart sink. I am truly saddened and disappointed by these board actions. A solid citizen like Tonya Dowsand deserves respect and serious attention to what she is telling us. This board owes her a public apology. We Americans are on the brink of losing our country. Tonya and others I am honored to call friends are standing up and sounding the trumpet. If Mojave County continues to fervently bow to socialism at its current pace, in no time it will be too late. We've already witnessed a philosophical shift on the part of one member of this board who stated on the record, and I paraphrase, the philosophy of our framers and our Constitution is one that, quote, frankly doesn't exist anymore, unquote. So ladies and gentlemen, it's here. And on that morning, when you wake up in a fully socialist paradise you helped create, don't say we didn't warn you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Scotty McClure.
Well, I wasn't going to say anything. I was going to actually wait till 44 and 45, but Wilma Jean Bishop. My name, you all know me by Scotty. My name is William Hoyt McClure, legal, birth certificate, military, driver's license, etc. I've been here several times while you and Denise Burley were, it was just beyond belief that you guys let them get away with this. I know when you were trying to tell them to shut up, two ignorant people, and boy, have my parents heard me ever call somebody ignorant, you know what would have happened. I'd be getting me a switch for myself. But this has been good for you for coming out there, and I'm gonna miss Denise. So, just because of two people that want to bully somebody, I think you guys have done what you could, because you would have ended up in the Supreme Court if you would have thrown them out or put them under handcuffs. But what Chuck brought up here, to change the subject, we are going to be forced with these electric charging stations. You need to put both items on the agenda. Maybe next meeting is too soon before you gather information. You need to start having somebody take charge of these committees or people that's going to be in charge of doing these permits. I don't think you're ready to have a meeting and discussion. Fairgrounds is going to be 5 or 10 years, but this is not the Fairgrounds. This is going to be shoved right up your you-know-what. Because I think we're having something on the agenda in Bullhead City tomorrow about EV stations on Highway 95. I don't have the agenda with them, but I mean, that's coming. This is coming. Where are they going to put all these? They're getting millions of dollars from Mr. Biden that our great-grandkids are going to be paying for. So whether it's too soon to put that on the agenda, but it sure, Chuck should be able to go to the electric company and say, and he's going to end up paying for the poles. Taxpayers don't pay for that. You guys don't pay for that. You do. You go in and you do a permit, and you're going in the bottom of the pile. You're last. But somebody in the county needs to be in charge of this stuff, where they can go in and say, and have an answer.
Thank you, sir. Consent agenda. The following items are listed under consent agenda will be considered as a group and acted upon by one motion with no separate discussion on said items unless the board member so requests. In that event, the item will be removed from the consent agenda for separate discussion and action. Supervisor Bishop, anything to remove?
24, please.
24. Supervisor Angus.
None.
Supervisor Johnson.
17.
17. Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Nothing this morning, Mr. Chairman.
And I'm going to pull number 12.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to accept the consent minus 12, 17, 24.
Second.
You've heard that motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Number 12. I think it's a health department. And here she comes.
Chairman Gould, members of the board, what can I answer for you?
Thank you, Denise. I remember questioning this program before when it came through. And written the backup, so we have one person that's participating in this program.
I believe it's one person. I need to get with my staff to know the exact number. I'm sorry.
So effectively, what the federal government pays for this person's wages, how does that work?
The organization pays for the person's wages, and then this person gets work experience by working within our senior programs.
And it's limited to senior citizens?
Correct.
Where do they get the money? Where does the group get the money? The group's out of Puerto Rico?
Let me see. Let me check with Melissa Palmer and see if she has some additional information that she can provide. Okay. I'm sorry. Well, I apologize. I'm not informed of that, and I need to get back with you on responses to those questions.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and table this till the next meeting then. Or make a motion to table it till the next meeting.
Second.
For that motion is second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
The ayes appear to have it. Do have it. It's ordered. Number 17.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I pulled this off. It has nothing to do with the Sheriff's Department. It's that I don't support this facility that's going forward. We're looking at an 8,000 square foot building. We already have people inside the Sheriff's Department who hand out the information to the people who are leaving jail as to where they can get services. To me, this is another project that comes along every few years where somebody has a great idea, and in 10 years from now or 5 years from now, it'll be gone. We're building a building on our land with a lobby, admissions, administrative areas, conference room, medical therapy program rooms, nursing stations, screening lounge, consultant rooms, patient rooms, holding cells, food prep room, laundry room, storage area for bio waste, I guess, patient, general, linen and dry, etc., restrooms and showers, building support such as fire risers. This is not needed. This is something that's going to come back on us. We've already hired, 6 people? We're in the process of hiring 6 people. I think this is something that's going to come back and be stuck on the county to do, and I don't see where this is doing us. This isn't a job that we tax people for, I don't believe. We don't, it's a voluntary program, so I'm not sure why we have holding cells in there. If somebody wants to go over and get the information, they can. We have private outfits that do this kind of work, so if we could give them the information if they want to take it up. All of us have probably been affected by or known somebody who's had, alcohol, drug, mental health issues, and it's a problem to get them to go to seek help and follow the help and take the medication. I don't see why we're building an 8,000 square foot building and taking these millions of dollars when it should be a public that's doing this. That was all the reason I pulled it.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Angus.
Mr. Elters, we voted on this already. When we accepted the $5 million grant that was given to us by the state, we voted to accept it. We had a presentation on just what this building is going to do. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Angus, we did have an item on the agenda previously to accept $5 million from the state.
And it was
a
for the
reach out
building.
program.
It was for the program and the building. It was specifically for the program and the building.
That is correct. The 5 million was bifurcated into two buckets. One was to get the program up and off the ground, and the $4 million was to build the facility.
And since then, in the next budget, we are receiving $2.3 million for the program. That was allocated in the state budget because the state sees the need and the benefit of this program. Whether or not we do it now, I guarantee you within the next 5 years, it's going to be mandated because it works. Yavapai County has seen a recidivism drop of 30%, which is incredible. We have to do a new way of seeing and looking at what's going on in our prison population. It's only going to get worse. So I'm proud, actually, that Mojave County is the second county in Arizona that is stepping up and reaching out with the Reach Out program. And I think this item is for just for the architecture of it. But again, and I appreciate, and I've had a conversation with Supervisor Johnson, and I understand philosophically that we differ on this, but I believe this is the future, and that we're going to move ahead. We accepted the grant and whatnot.
Chairman Gold.
Supervisor Bishop.
I'll echo what Supervisor Angus said. In fact, Yavapai County was the first to build this Reach Out program, and we have visited the facility. We've been working with the Yavapai County people, and as a member of the Arizona Criminal Justice Commission, this is highly supported by the state of Arizona, and the hope and the plan is for every county in Arizona to have a similar program as time goes on. Mojave County will be the second county to do this, but I think you'll see every county as things progress. This is going to be the new way of incarcerating people. We don't need to be locking up people that need mental health if we can get them counseling or medication or whatever and get them back into a productive lifestyle where they don't offend again, and reduces our recidivism, and actually it should save money and in the county jail budget for not keeping people that have these mental health problems incarcerated, but into a lower facility with better professionals that can help them with whatever their problem is, whether it's mental health or drug abuse. And we do have opiate settlement money that has to be used for these purposes. So, you know, I think it's a good use of the money, and I'll be supporting it. Although I appreciate what the supervisor said.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Thank you, Chairman Gould. I had the opportunity to go up and visit with Yavapai County's Reach Out program folks. They're the first in the state. And the way that I really look at this project is similar to the way Supervisor Bishop described it. You know, us as taxpayers, when you have somebody that goes to our county jail, there's a per diem rate, we have to house them, we have to feed them, we have to give them medical care, and that is a taxpayer expense. I believe the Yavapai County program with their Reach Out program, what they've seen is a marked decrease in that recidivism. And so it's my hope that in Mojave County, we'll see that same or a similar type of a decrease in recidivism, and as a consequence, reduce jail costs, that it would cost less to provide these Reach Out services and get them back into our economy as workers, than for us to continue to see them come through the doors of the jail and have to pay, as taxpayers, those per diem rates. So that's why I'm supportive of this program. Thank you.
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Johnson.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Am I reading something wrong? I'm reading all the backup with this and the other ones. If somebody is sentenced, whether they have one of these problems or not, they fill their time in jail, correct? So we're not saving money there if somebody's arrested. They still go to jail. That's their, they go and serve their time, and then if they volunteer, they can go over and receive some help, or they can tell them where to go or get help. It's not reducing their time. It's not sending them somewhere else.
Supervisor Johnson, I think I can answer that. When they go through the screening process, they'll be identified as to whether or not they have these type of issues, and they could skip the incarceration at the jail and go directly to this mental health facility or the reach out program and do their time in that environment while they're getting help, so that when they're released, supposedly they have the tools to be successful.
Supervisor Angus.
Thank you. Is Don Bischoff or Sheriff Schuster can talk about this for a second? The idea is, and I also wanted on the record that this is being paid for by grants. So there will be a savings because right now, when people go to jail, you're right, you pay all the expenditures. And we're not talking about felonies and things like that. We're talking about low level, right? You want to address that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. To speak to the program, ultimately the goal is to prevent that subsequent arrest. So the program screens and identifies all new arrests into the county jail, and a summary of that interview is provided to the judge that's conducting their initial court hearing, their initial appearance, which is conducted within 24 hours of their arrest. What that does is it gives the judge who's conducting that hearing the opportunity to have a little bit more information about the person that's seated in front of them that they otherwise probably wouldn't get in that 30-second or minute and a half or 2-minute hearing. What the judge has at that point in time with a little bit more information is they have the ability to implement special conditions of release. That could be that they are released on a very low bond, contingent on team members in our program connecting them in with services. So they're held in custody until we can establish an appointment and get them transferred over. They could release them on their own recognizance or OR with special conditions that they themselves check in with one of the community providers to make appointments and have assessments and everything else. And it gives the judge the opportunity at subsequent hearings to check and see where they're progressing through that, if they're following through or not. And ultimately, those that stay into custody a little bit longer, we have more time to plan. So as their case is resolved and they get released, hopefully we've already got a plan in place where they can go directly to an inpatient facility or engage almost automatically upon release with outpatient services. With the idea is once they're tied back into services that perhaps they had before, or they get tied into services that they've never had but probably have always needed, they're living a healthier lifestyle. They're taking care of issues, substance use, mental health issues, homelessness, and some other issues, so that they don't re-engage with the criminal justice system. So that's where the real payoff is if they change their lifestyle and address these things, they won't re-engage with the criminal justice system. The initial $5 million that we received was state appropriated money. There's going to be some more obviously coming. I don't want to speak to item 43, but it does dovetail into this. These are opiate settlement monies that are going to be covering this, and that will keep the program sustainable for quite some time. The reentry center for the Reach Out program, up to 8,000 square feet, will be a place where these community providers can start engaging people immediately upon release from jail. A provider in Bullhead City may be able to engage that person, but I like to say there's a lot of shiny squirrels from the door of the jail to the door of the community provider, especially if that door is in Bullhead or Lake Havasu, or even up on the Arizona Strip. So that gives them an opportunity to almost immediately, dozens of steps outside the door of the jail to engage with a provider to start getting those services and get things lined out. You'd mentioned, and I noticed in some of the backup, it mentioned holding cells. This isn't going to be a holding facility. It's a voluntary program, but there will be some hardened areas of that because there's a future desire to probably have some voluntary outpatient and short stay inpatient services provided through contract with others. They wouldn't be provided by the county per se. So the building will kind of serve two surfaces.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Johnson.
We offer these services now without the building, correct, in the jail? You have screening when people come in and help the people when they leave, say, hey, here's some treatments that's available to you?
Yes, we offer up resources.
We have that now. And this, like you said, is totally voluntary.
Yes.
And the judges have always had the ability, when somebody appears before them on initial appearance, or any time, I guess, where they can say, if somebody brings up, hey, I think they have mental problems, he can order a mental evaluation before sentencing and those sorts of things.
Depending, I guess the short answer is yes. More often than not, the judges don't have a lot of detailed information, and especially in those areas. And depending on whether it's a low-level offense or it's a higher felony, it's normally not, the judges are ordering those evaluations or different care, but it is more involved with the legal process, so attorneys are having to file motions, and they happen much further into the criminal case, not at an initial appearance.
And once they're sentenced, they do their full sentence, and then if they volunteer, they can come over and...
Yes, just hypothetically, if a person was sentenced to serve 4 months in the county jail, if they were willing to cooperate, then our team would work with them and develop a plan so that when they released, they would be able, hopefully we would have everything all lined up. We'd be able to provide transportation for them and take them directly to where they need to go. It may be an inpatient facility. And while they're in custody, we can work on issues with housing, workforce development. We're building those relationships as well. If the attorneys in the process want to craft a plea agreement, they can factor that in as well. So it kind of, I guess, encourages somebody to voluntarily participate to shorten a jail stay.
You talked about I think it was $5 million you received so far from the state. That was from the general fund?
I'm sorry, it went to the general fund, or?
No, it was from the state's general fund that came to us?
Yes.
So that was taxpayer dollars that
yes.
Came to us. I guess what bothers me is we're going from police work to social work, and the people that I care more about are the people who are the victims of the crimes that these people have committed, and we do absolutely nothing for them. I'm not going to be anymore. I've made my objections, that's all. Thank you.
If I can just add to that, a lot of the people that we're seeing that are agreeing to this, they do have domestic violence. There are some thefts, there are some burglaries and everything else. A lot of times those are family-related crimes because of mental health and substance use. A lot of times those who have a substance use problem victimize their own family. I will tell you that for the most part, the people that we engage in our program are low-level offenders, and the work that we do doesn't impact their case as it's resolved through the criminal justice system. But more often than not, especially on the mental health side, friends and family are at a point where they've thrown up their hands and they don't know what more to do. So they are supportive of any assistance that they can get. So.
Thank you.
Are you pushing your button? Oh, okay. County Manager, Does engineering or architectural services normally 10% of the contract? I'm concerned that we won't be able to build this building with the money that we're given, and that we'll end up defaulting to general fund money to build the building.
Mr. Chairman, board members, it's really not out of the realm of services for a contractual contract to be somewhere between 8 and 12% of the overall construction cost, depending on the complexity of the project. So in this case, the initial proposal that we received was for higher dollar amount. We reviewed it, discussed it with the architect that we think is well qualified to provide these services, and reduced it to the number that is in front of you. We believe it is a reasonable number for the services that are expected of them, and it is certainly within the reasonable range for those types of services.
Thank you. Mr. Attorney, would this be a proper place to put a prohibition on the use of general fund money for the operation of the program or construction of the building?
Mr. Chair, so you're asking could the legislature put that prohibition, or
could the board put a prohibition on the use of general fund money for the construction of the building or the operation of the program? So that it's not that it is truly a grant-driven program rather than something that'll get an initial grant that then will have to be funded by the general fund. I kind of call this a negative lotto. I've seen this in the cities recently. They win an award and then they end up spending the award plus additional taxpayer dollars to fulfill their dreams. Which effectively becomes a negative lotto. The taxpayers won some money, but then they end up getting taxed to complete the dreams that somebody dreamt up. So if we truly want this to be grant funded, then we should be willing to put a prohibition on spending general fund money in either the operation or the construction of the building.
The question is,
Can I put that amendment on this motion?
Mr. Chair, the Board of Supervisors can always determine how to spend county. That goes for this elected Board of Supervisors, but it will also follow that prohibition or.
Sure, I understand that a future board could repeal that, but at least it gives the future board an idea of what the feeling of the Board of Supervisors was when they created these programs. As you all know and have heard several jillion times, I was a member of the state legislature. We would often see with term limits, by the time you were there in your 8th year, you were the old man, because everybody else was gone. We would see lobbyists come in and they might have created a program that they said was never going to be funded with taxpayer dollars. And then they would come in my 7th and 8th year and say, oh no, the legislature always intended to fund this with taxpayer dollars, to which I knew that was a lie. So at least if we were to put that in there, then we would know what the feeling of the board is, that this was to be funded with grant money and opioid money and not with general fund money.
Chairman Gold.
Supervisor Bishop.
Don, can you elaborate a little bit about how this might save money from the corrections budget? And also, could this building, if this fails, which I just can't imagine this not being a success because, you know, of the facts that we've been given in the history, but could that building be used by the jail facility if it wasn't used for the Reach Out program?
I think that it certainly could. And where the true cost savings come is where there are fewer of those subsequent arrests, where these people are entering the criminal justice system fewer times or perhaps not at all. So as with mental health and substance use, those offenders swirl in the criminal justice system. They don't offend one time, work through their case, and go to prison and go away. That does happen, but that's not the rule. That's not what commonly happens. What happens is they come time and time and time and time again. And each time they re-enter the criminal justice system, it's a more serious offense. They stay incarcerated. Usually if they've come back a couple of times, they're going to stay longer while their case is being resolved. And so what happens is, and of course as the population increases, you're competing for the need for bed space in your current county jail. So if we can prevent somebody from returning to jail, and as our program continues and everything else and some of the work that we hope to do, that we can divert them away from jail even that first time into services that already exist, then the jail that you have is the jail that you have. You don't have to add beds, you don't have to add new jail space, you don't have to build another jail. So I think that's where the trade-off comes, is diverting people away from jail and diverting them from coming back to jail.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Gould.
Good morning, Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Before you leave the mic, hopefully if this goes through, you're going to be tracking the data, right? I mean, again, from when somebody breaks the law, all the rest of us are paying for the sheriff's people that arrest them, the jail to house them, the court system that they go through. All the rest of us are paying those costs, right? So the thought is here, if I understand it right, is that if you can, through this reach out program, break that recidivism, it's going to cost the rest of us less in the long term, right? And hopefully they'll get back to gainful employment and actually have something to contribute rather than just take, right? I don't want to see this become a reverse lottery like Chairman Gould talked about. And I know it's not this item, but you guys have $1 million grant on later in the agenda. What's the thought on that? Is that money going to be used, or a portion of that money going to be used for the architectural and engineering services to retain and keep whole as much of that original $5 million as possible? Can you answer that for me, please?
At what percent? I'll let you handle that one.
So item 43 covers, and it's not a grant, it's a small portion of opioid settlement money that is being administered by the Arizona Attorney General's office. $1 million, $800,000 of that is going to cover architectural design fees and some of the pre-construction work that needs to take place. So just to be clear, it's not a grant, it's some opiate settlement money, and by diverting $800,000 to this project, as you can see, I think it's $412,000 from LGA, but there are other costs that will be associated with actually building this structure. So this settlement money is going to cover that. So it will help preserve as much, if not all, as much of that $4 million to cover the expense of building the actual building. And yes, we are tracking data. We've had to create our own database as an interim. ACJC was awarded $1 million to work on a statewide data collection system for programs such as ours, and Yavapai and Coconino and Pinal and Cochise, as counties are getting on board. They want one central data tracking so that we're comparing apples to apples and oranges to oranges, but also so that these community providers and stakeholders, law enforcement as well, can reach in and see some of this information that we've gathered to hopefully help divert people away from an in-custody situation into the services that they need. So we are working on a larger data collection project.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Sure.
Chairman, members of the board, I just wanted to say a few words. I want to make sure that we're not losing focus of the intent of this program. We can talk about funding all morning. I want to make it clear our goal at the Sheriff's Office is to reduce crime. Okay, we want our neighborhoods safe. We want them secure. We want our citizens to to feel comfortable in our county. And so we're talking more than just recidivism. Yes, it's great to keep them from coming back over and over, but why do they come back? Because they continue to rob from you and me. They continue to break the law, and that's the cycle we're trying to break. So this is a program that I would hope the county would support regardless of funding. This is the next level in law enforcement. We're trying to reduce crime, and we're trying to do it in a variety of ways. So I look at this as, gee whiz, I don't know. It might work, it might not work, okay? But in the same vein, I know we have an obligation to our citizens to continue to fight crime, and if we're given money from the state to allow us to get this program up and moving, I think it's great. Secondly, Supervisor Johnson, you're correct, I get it. I don't want to see the county on the line for this down the road either. If this program does not work out, then the program stops because it's not a mandated program. We are hoping that continued funding will come in, and as you've seen over the past two state budget cycles, this is a priority. So I think it's going to be a very successful program, but I want to assure you, if push comes to shove and it gets to the point where I have to ask for mandated service funding versus this program, then the program will stop. And the building, of course, will be put to good use. That to me, that's a given. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Chairman Gould?
Supervisor Angus.
You and I believe, Gene, you were chairman at the time, and Mike Hendricks, we went up to Yavapai, and we were told about this program, and it was so successful in Yavapai that their board of supervisors, all, probably more conservative than us, they gave $5 million from their general fund to build the building. That's how much they believed in it. At the time, our sheriff said to me, I love this program, but you got to promise me that it's not going to come out of my budget. And you were, I respect that. And I said, absolutely not, will not come. We were promised. A lot of state people made promises. They still do. I know that the Supreme Court is for this, and I'm all for. I don't want it coming out of the general fund either. The only thing I want to make sure is the opioid money, the other opioid monies, that goes into the general fund, right? I want to make sure those can be used for this, because when we approved the opioid settlement, getting into it, we put a addendum onto that motion that it will only be used to help for recovery. It won't be used for anything else but that. This is the best, I think, use of it. And 10 years ago, we probably couldn't have even done this because we didn't have services in our county to make this happen, and I'm proud to say that we do. And, we can wish it away. We can make believe that, there's not this big drug thing that's getting worse and worse and worse, because it is. We all know fentanyl. We know it. So we're being very proactive. I'm proud that we are going to be one of the leading counties, Pinal, Coconino, they're all on board. The state, and you talked about the database. The database serves another purpose than just tracking. If someone Joe Smith gets arrested here and gets triaged and assessed, it goes into this database. If Joe Smith ends up in Coconino County, they don't have to start from scratch again. They know how this, what this person, what their history is, what their course of treatment is. They can call here and vice versa. So we're not starting from scratch. So again, it is something that we all have to be in together. And they're going to be looking at us, and this will be a success. I know it's going to be a success.
Thank you, Supervisor Angus. The last point I'll make, because I'm compelled to do so, the nice thing about bringing a mental health program locally is I'm quite convinced that within the next 5 to 10 years, myself and Supervisor Johnson are going to need that. So we're already establishing it, Buster. I think it's a good thing. Is that why the cell's there? Thank you.
Chairman Gould, if I
Supervisor Bishop.
might just add one more comment. The Arizona Criminal Justice Commission is now the state's only repository for data such as this. They've hired a person to collect this data. It's going to be available on their website, and all of the law enforcement agencies throughout the state of Arizona will be sending data to ACJC to keep track of things like this.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor.
County Manager.
Just to add a point related to the opioid settlement funds, which should start arriving somewhere around September of this year. All the briefings that we received specifically state that they will be earmarked for specific use. They can't be used for anything else. And these services that we're discussing here as part of the Reach Out program are eligible uses. So we do anticipate as of today, and until anything changes, that those funds, as they become available and at the direction of the board, will be used toward substance abuse and treatment and so on, which this certainly is an eligible use. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman Gold,
Supervisor Bishop.
I'll make a motion that we approve item 24 as written.
17.
I'm going to move an amended motion as soon as I write it out.
No, I won't amend it. I'll just restate it. I make a motion that we approve item 17 as written.
I don't think you get a choice whether I get a vote on my amendment or not.
Well, since nobody seconded it and I was still had the floor, I assume I can. Mr. County Attorney, am I correct? I mean, I can do an amended. It's no big deal, but.
Supervisor Bishop, I believe Supervisor Angus seconded your motion.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
I think there's a misunderstanding about what your amendment, because she gave the wrong number first.
I was not correcting the number.
I will amend my motion to state what I already stated, that I'll make a motion to approve item number 17 as written in the agenda. How's that?
I seconded that.
I'm going to make an amended motion. Here we are again.
Oh, did I say all of that? He's writing a book over here.
I move that the Reach Out program will be funded by grants, opioid settlement money, marijuana tax money, and not funded by the general fund.
Chairman Gold.
Supervisor Bishop.
Could I ask the county attorney, we have a motion on the floor that's been seconded. Don't we have to vote on that? If it fails, then we can go to Chairman Gold's motion. Can you clarify that, please?
On the, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Bishop, the board's rules that were previously adopted state that any board member may propose a motion for official items. Such motion, if seconded, shall be on the floor and must be considered. And then it goes into if it's failed. So I believe because this motion has been seconded, the board does need to consider that motion.
Okay.
Robert's let you move, substitute motions, and amend motions.
Chairman Gould, can I ask
Supervisor
Chairman Bishop, Supervisor Bishop, if you can rescind it, and then we can let this motion go forward instead of going through the thing, because...
So you don't think my motion will pass?
Well, I'm going to rescind my second.
Okay, my motion's on the floor, looking for another second.
Motion dies for lack of second.
All right, now you can go forward.
Oh, okay. I'll make a motion that we adopt item 17 with the addition that no general fund money will be used for this program, only grants, opioid settlement money and marijuana tax money.
And not the general fund.
And not, I said that, not general fund.
I'll second that.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Guys appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Item 33. 24.
That's what I was.
You're right. Item 24.
Chairman Gold, I pulled this item because on the application and petition, where they describe the reason for this request, it mentions future agricultural purposes. So I just wanted to know what that might be and for the reason for abandonment. So maybe Mr. Lukowski can explain that to me.
Director Lutowski.
Do we have another farm going in up there?
Good morning, Chairman Gould and supervisors. This is, of course, in relation to a challenging terrain as it relates to Franny Road. Franny's a midsection line road in the scenic area. On the west end is the Frainer Road, which is paved and county maintained. To the best of my understanding, in the application I'm seeing here, describe the reason for the request. It is, quote unquote, to increase buildable area and fencing. And typically we don't really go into the fine details with regard to the particular applicant. And as it relates to this being approximately 70 feet wide, 35 feet on both sides, it's not a substantial gain of property, so that's basically the extent of my knowledge. The applicant represented just for the buildable area and for fencing.
Okay, is the applicant purchasing this property?
It's actually an extinguishment. It's an easement, so it's an extinguishment of a public egress easement. So the owner previously actually still controls the underlying property, but this is to remove the easement and the restriction on use.
Okay. So we don't know what kind of future agriculture they're talking about. So I'll waive my time to Supervisor Lingenfelter. It's his area.
I'm going to make a motion to approve simply because right now in current statute, it's ARS 11-812. If somebody owns 5 or more contiguous acres, they don't have to go through any sort of planning and zoning process at all. They can farm it. I don't agree with that. I don't think that we should be treating every acre in Arizona the same when it comes to agriculture. But right now we don't have any controls over that. So I'm going to make a motion to approve.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. You guys appear to have it. You have it, so ordered. Now, item 33, Director Lloyd. Oh, that's right. This is a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing on item 33. Is anyone here to testify on item 33? Bill Abbott. There he is.
Good morning, Mr. Supervisor, Gould, and all the other supervisors, county manager, and legal. I have something here from what the paper put in, and I'm asking a question before you put me on 3 minutes, please. It's talking about what the taxes are going to be increased. The county is proposing to raise the primary property tax by 3.9, and then another one, a secondary property, and a flood control tax. My name is Bill Abbott. I'll start right there. I'd like to, I want to know that what I'm talking about is this.
This is a public hearing on the tax rate.
The increase?
Right.
Okay. Please start me on the 3 minutes. I'm Bill Abbott. I live at 1603 West, can you hear me?
I can.
I live at 1603 West Jordan Ranch Road in Kingman. I built this home as an owner builder 34 years ago at a cost of just under $70,000. I was appointed by Pete Byers as P&Z Commissioner over 15 years ago to a non-paying job. I spend a lot of time going over the agenda each month to prepare myself to make recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. During those times, I have met a lot of very good people, and they tell you a lot about themselves, and because of that, I'm speaking today. People are having a hard time paying their necessary expenses, and they don't want any increase in taxes. We're talking about items here, the way I read it. We have over 270,000 properties in this county that we all pay taxes on. My first tax bill on my house was $800. My last one was $3,536. Proposition 17 was voted on and put into effect 2015, and it talks about raising limited tax. That's where we pay taxes on, our limited taxes. Every year since 2015, my taxes have gone up 5% per year, which is allowed by Proposition 17. For that reason, and that reason mainly, I just can't see adding more taxes. We have to find a smarter way to get the money than tax the people. 2018, my limited tax value was $79,495. This year it was $89,617. We're getting raises to get more tax money. I respect how this has come about, being asked for, but people just cannot afford it. And one way, and let me step on some toes right now real quick, we're building an animal shelter on the most valuable property in Kingman. That's not good planning. That's not going to bring in any taxes. That's not going to bring any businesses in. So that one little item, and that's not the only one, I'm sure you people see and I see. The answer is not to just raise more taxes. If you have any questions, I'd like to try to answer them.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Angus.
Mr. Elters, this year, all our tax rates are staying the same. That's what the proposal is, that they're staying the same.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Angus, yes, indeed.
Okay.
What we proposed and what the board adopted in the tentative budget was the same rate as
the truth in taxation number is that number that we would have to go down to make sure that from the county's share of your tax bill. We have no say over all the taxing districts, which is the largest percent of your tax bill, right? That it would stay the same if we lowered it this year by 7 cents. We'll be discussing that. But yeah, it's that 5%. So it's a little bit of a misnomer to say we're raising taxes because we're really not, but.
Well, let me, you can't believe everything that's in the paper, but it says the county is proposing to raise the primary property tax by $1,544,000, 3.9, and then it's got two others here. So it's coming from somewhere, and we as taxpayers are going to have to buy this if it's approved. I just think it needs a very hard look at.
Thank you, sir. You can come back up and we can ask you questions when we close the public hearing and go into that the vote on that item.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else here to testify to item 33? So truth in taxation hearing. Hearing no, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. We don't take action at this time.
Chairman Gold, the next two items, including 3 with this one, are just for public comment. They're not action items, so action items start in the next section.
Can we talk about it, though?
Technically, this is just for public input. Your talking ones are in the next section.
When you go into the regular agenda, then we can have a discussion on it. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing on item 33. I'm going to open the public hearing on item 34. Anyone here to testify on item 34? I think I got a couple people. Diana Dunsmore? Good morning, ma'am. If you can state your name for the record, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Diana Dunsmore, and I'm here from Chloride. And 3 years ago, when I was shopping for my retirement home out in the middle of the beautiful desert, I found quirky little Chloride, and I was thrilled to see that we have a small library branch out there. It's a Mojave County free library. And I've also visited Kingman and Bullhead City, and those are beautiful facilities as well. But of course, my main usage is in Chloride. Jan is an amazing librarian. She serves everybody kindly, politely, and super efficiently. People come and go to use the Wi-Fi and the computers and check out DVDs in stacks, all for free. This levy increase will cost less than $1 a year for a house that's valued at $100,000. If you are blessed with a home valued at $500,000, it will cost you still less than $5. I am very grateful for my free library and more than happy to pay just $1 a year to keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Bill Abbott.
I just have the same thing to be the same comment.
So I'll put you down for dittos. Thank you, sir. Stella Carlson, okay. Come on down, ma'am.
Good morning, Chairman, Supervisors. My name is Stella Carlson. I live in Golden Valley, and I'm also a member of the Library Citizens Advisory Committee for Supervisor Jean Bishop. I am in favor of keeping our library tax rate at the current rate it's at 0.2548. In support of that, I'd like to just give a few highlights and challenges that the library has coming up and things to make clear. So some of our highlights are of this past fiscal year. Our programming, especially in all our branch libraries, has continued and actually progressed. We now have programs for children and toddlers, teens and tweens, also adults and family programming. Outreach to preschools has started back up again, along with participation in some community events. I do know the library director hopes to expand more, increase in this community events. We met the demand, or they met the demand for digital material, which has increased greatly, along with keeping up and maintaining our quotas for our print material and our audio material. And the library staff has been able to maintain the highest level of customer services. Some of the possible upcoming challenges to the library district is increased prices of running the everyday running of the library, fuel expenses, especially for our courier. We are a big county and there's a lot of material that goes between all 10 of the outlying libraries. Some of our HVAC systems in the outlying areas are aging, as some of our buildings in those areas are a little bit older. So, either way, I'd like to thank you for your consideration and continued support of Mojave County Library District. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Wayne Hollins.
Wayne Holland from Golden Valley. every time I read this truth in taxation line, it kind of worries me. I know a few years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, we took $500,000 out of the library fund and gave to the sheriff for whatever he needed for. The problem I have with that is that the library tax, the television tax, those are specific taxes for specific things, not the county slush fund if they need extra money. So I'd like to believe that if we collect tax money that we're going to spend it in the area, especially when it's a specific tax for specific things. If it's going to go in the general fund, then that's fine. Just tell us it's going to be spent in the general fund. I don't know if those funds have been repaid or not, but with those $500,000, those outlying libraries, we could probably keep them open longer instead of only part of the week, and even make some improvement. That's quite a bit of money if we had it back to spend on that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else care to testify on item 34? I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing on item 34. I'm going to open the public hearing on item 35. Diane Dunsmore. Dunsmore? There you go.
Good morning again. I'm Diana Dunsmore from Chloride. Mojave County levies 0% sales tax. A while back, the Board of Supervisors proposed to increase revenue in a way that allowed for visitors and tourists to contribute to the growing need. It did not pass. Now the option is a property tax, and I am speaking in support of that. It is my understanding that Mojave County is the second largest of 15 counties in Arizona. The property tax rate is in 13th place, 62% of the state average. We have the lowest fuel tax in Arizona and 0% sales tax. I don't know how we can expect services without expecting them to cost something. In my 3 years, I have personally interacted with the Sheriff's Department through the coffees and the town halls only, the emergency response system through the certified emergency response team training, and the roads department when they just came through and chip sealed chloride really well. All of them are strained. Each of them has a needs list, a wants list, and a wish list. Each appears to be doing a terrific job with the financial restraints they function under. My heart goes out to them and I applaud them. Tax increases are never popular, but in our county they are necessary if the people who serve can continue to do so in the manner they wish and the level we enjoy. I have been on a fixed income for 5 years now. The tax increase of $7 per year per $100,000 valuation applies to me. I can skip one fast food meal per year to offset this increase. If a person owns a house valued at 2 or 3 times that, that person can feel blessed and forego a nice restaurant meal to donate their $20 toward the services they enjoy. If you are a senior citizen, you can apply for a tax freeze, and this increase will not apply to you, in my understanding. I've not seen that anywhere else, and I applaud it. We cannot continue to expect the second largest county to operate at 62% of the state average property tax, the lowest fuel tax in Arizona, and 0% sales tax. I support the passage of this levy and thank the supervisors for doing as much as you have done with what you deal with in this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Bill Abbott.
Again, I'm Bill Abbott. I would just like to say, I'd like to clarify one thing. When I was appointed commissioner, I've been appointed by every supervisor ever since. So I know a lot of people and what their feelings are, and they talk to me. And taxes is not something we can continue to raise. We're going to have to figure out some way to get that money somewhere else. Because we have a built-in, and like I said, in that Proposition 17, every year, my taxes goes up 5% on my property. And there's over 207,000 legal pieces of property in this county that pays that 5%, I think, every year. So I just want to, I'm speaking for a lot of people. No more taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else care to testify on item 35? If not, I'm going to close the public hearing on item 35. Item 36, Director Lloyd.
Chairman Gould and Supervisors, item 36 is a recommendation to adopt the flood control district tax at the 50 cents. That tax rate is the same rate that has been adopted since 2000. And this rate, whatever is considered for adoption and ultimately adopted, does impact ultimately the city governments that are incorporated. Bullhead City, Lake Havasu City, Kingman, and Colorado City all share a portion of the revenue proceeds from the flood control district tax revenue, and they utilize these funds for various projects that are programmed in their 5-year plans. So with that, I turn it back over to the board for discussion and resolution.
So, Ms. Lloyd, since the rate has been the same since 2000, does that mean that the taxes that the property owner pays has been the same since 2000?
No, sir, that is not accurate.
So the taxes have gone up with the valuation, so we've had a tax increase in this district every year since 2000.
So that the taxes have gone up and down. So the assessed values actually declined quite a bit from 2000, I think 10 was the peak year. I can actually look at that. But we had
That sounds about right, because that was 2 years after the real estate market collapse.
Yes. Yes. So it was, we've actually had some tax decreases. The tax increases began again. Hang on just a second.
There seems to be a disconnect between the public and government, that the rate is not what the taxpayer pays. The taxpayer pays the levy. The rate is merely part of the calculation. So they get the impression that if a elected board or taxing authority keeps the rate the same, that their taxes have not been raised or lowered. And that's untrue, because it's just part of the formula. The levy is what the taxpayer actually pays.
I understand that.
I know you understand it, but
I absolutely understand that. And you would also hear me reiterate those kinds of items.
Sure.
The assessed value peaked in 2010 and dropped down. The lowest point was in 2016, where it dropped to 1.7 billion from a peak of 2.5 billion. In addition, I'm not here to argue whatsoever. I just want to make sure that we include the factual information as I can recall it. In addition, the commercial assessment ratio has continued to decline. So initially, the assessment ratio for commercial properties was 25%. Right. And legislative actions, and you'll have to remind me of the year, but maybe 2008, they went into effect in, I believe, 2015. They began to ratchet down 24%, 23%, 22. We are down into this next year for FY23. It's dropping from 18% to 17.5%, and then is programmed to drop 0.5% each of the next several years to eventually hit 15%. So that's also impacted this. So there are certainly taxpayers who are paying more, and then there are taxpayers whose property tax bills will decline.
Sure. You could delineate between the two by the valuation, residential property valuations
Yes.
increasing more so than the shift from there's a shift from the commercial properties onto the residential property taxpayer also, which was not the original intent. The original intent was to backfill that difference to the taxing authorities with state income tax money, but that never occurred.
Right. And in order to actually bear the full impact of that shift, if you will, we would need to increase the rate, and we have not provided that recommendation.
Thank you. Questions for Director Lloyd?
I have a
Supervisor Bishop.
clarification. Mr. Abbott said that taxes have gone up every year 5%. Can you expound on that so that he kind of understands that it's not necessarily what has happened?
I will try to not spend the next 15 minutes talking about that. It can be quite complicated, but the assessed value since the enactment of the change in the legislature, the assessed value by statute would typically go up 5% now per year. There are reasons outside of that they would not increase 5%. One of those is if the limited value hits the market value for that property. There are other reasons where there's been a tax settlement and the amount has decreased either by the tax court or agreed upon by the county. And in the years where the assessed value is decreased, where the limited value and the market value touched each other, then there were not increases. In addition, one of the districts, and now I don't remember which one it was, but I like to call it the Supervisor Gould's theory, and one of those rates was adopted either last year or in one of the previous years, and I don't remember whether it was the library district, which it must have been. But the rates have come down where they have not necessarily been the T&T rate, but the board in 2016, as a result of the general fund actually operating in a deficit for 2015 and 16. The board went through an exercise where the rate was increased in the general fund by 15 cents, and that was offset by a reduction of the rate in the library by 10 cents. So their revenues actually declined. That was far in excess of the T&T rate. And the TV district tax rate went down by 5 cents, and that was a lower levy. So those taxes went down. And ultimately, the general fund primary then took up the difference. That peaked then at $1.96. And I attribute and am very thankful to Supervisor Johnson for initiating that concept, and the board and the department heads and the citizens actually complying with that, which then brought us out of that deficit spending. We were able to trim other components of the budget and balance out some other priorities to make that work. Again, that peak was $1.96. That rate has been reduced by this board, not necessarily the tax levy, but the rate has been reduced down to where it is now $1.824, which is actually very close to the rate. The rate in 2012 was $1.81. So we're at $1.82. So the tax rate's the same. Yes, the assessed value has now recovered and is back up. It's almost to the point that it was in the low spot of 2011. We're at $2.3 billion, the high spot of 2010. The high spot was $2.5 billion. We're at $2.3 billion. So the assessed value has almost recovered to the point that we were many years ago. That wasn't 15 minutes, was it? And did I answer it?
Very, very simple explanation. I'm not too sure that, unless you're in the financial world, that a lot of people really understand all of that. But to Mr. Abbott's concern is, you know, it's not necessarily everything it appears at a glance on your tax statement, which was articulated by Supervisor Angus. It's a lot of different taxing districts that appear on your tax bill, and I think 17% of your overall tax bill is actually coming from Mojave County.
I think to address Mr. Abbott's statement, it's the value goes up 5%. That's the max. It can go up 5% unless you get a spread between the full cash value and the. Sure. Come up to the mic, though.
To show you the paperwork for my taxes have gone up 5% a year on all my properties since 2018.
No, I believe you because the value can go up 5%.
Pardon?
The value can go up 5%.
Well, Proposition 17
hold the rate the same,
said the limited value can never be above the what?
Full cash.
The full taxes.
Right.
So we get taxed on limited tax.
Right.
And every year since 2018, I have paid 5% more on the tax bill this year than I did last year, and on and on.
Right, because if the rate's held the same and the value goes up, you're going to have a 5% increase. But it's the value that goes up.
As a businessman, I can say that's been my expenses, and that's what I've had to pay. And the people that talk to me, and believe you me, I don't know why I ever took a job as a planning and zoning commissioner, because people call me about everything. What can you do about it? I can't do nothing about this. Go down there and talk about it. Tell the people what you want to know. And I'm just telling you, people are really hurting in this. We don't have to talk about, you know, I filled my truck up, cost $104, and a lady gave him $20.
You had a quarter of a tank when you pulled up.
She told me, Mr. Abbott, that's all I have for for gas until I get paid. So we don't need any more taxes. And it's right in the paper. It says, if your house was $100,000, you'll now pay this. If you're 100, you know, so you can't. Those are just things I don't know. There's no way to discuss them. They're just cold, hard facts.
Sure. And it's not automatic that the tax levy goes up. It's because the board decides they adopt a levy. So it's not a hands-off automatic thing that every taxing authority adopt a rate to come up with a levy. So it's not automatic that when the value of property goes up that the taxes are automatically going up. It takes action from the elected board. And I know you know that. I'm just making the statement.
Gould, I don't think what I'm talking about has anything with what you guys have done to raise it. Proposition 17 dictates what I stated.
Right.
And therefore, 270,000 property owners pay 5% more in taxes every year.
Right. At least.
So, and it says, my good friend here says, she's tried to explain this to me. It does get very confusing, and I'm sorry to take so much time.
Yeah, Arizona has the most complicated property taxation system in the country, I believe. And the proposition made it no simpler.
But if you understand what they put in Proposition 17, it just is automatic, 5% every year.
That's what it ends up being.
Chairman
Thank you for your attention.
Supervisor Angus?
Thank you. But that's what we're talking about. So the county is responsible. It's the 17.33% plus the taxing district. So for all intents and purposes, 25% of the bill is what we have control over. That's it. The other taxing districts have their own elected boards. So that's what we're talking about. Now, the truth in taxation, so when you read in the paper, it's going to go up. They work in that 5%. So if we keep the rate the same, you're going to pay more because of that valuation that goes up. So that's why we talk about the truth in taxation number, which I think we're going to talk about a little later on when we get to the whole budget. So I just want to make sure I understand it, and maybe Mr. Abbott can understand. So if we were to go to the truth in taxation number, which is what we just had the public hearing for, then it would be lower, and that means that you will be paying the same as you did last year. It won't be raised. This isn't a discussion.
I don't go to any of those. I get a tax bill, I write a check. I come down here and pay that bill.
Okay. I'm just trying to explain what our responsibility is.
I pay more for the fire department and the library and on and on. There's a whole list of things. It's all,
Right.
I went in business in 1964 and I've never had a business since. So I know a little bit about it, and I've made a lot of money and I've almost gone broke. So thank you.
What truth in taxation says is that
You can't explain out how much the taxes go up. There's no way. It just does. Every year.
Well, it wouldn't if we adopted a lower rate. No, it goes up because the valuation goes up.
You're taxed on the limited value of our property.
Right, but the board and every other elected board chooses the tax rate, which is multiplied against your value to come up with the levy. That's what you write a check for.
Yeah, thank you.
Truth in taxation says that if we stay below a 2% increase over the previous year, less new construction, we don't have to have a truth in taxation hearing, and we don't have to advertise the truth in taxation hearing. And we don't have to take a roll call vote either. But since we're going to, the plan and what was already adopted exceeds truth in taxation, then we have to advertise it, and we have to have a meeting, and we're going to have a roll call vote. In a nutshell. Questions for Ms. Lloyd?
Complicated for me.
Totally complicated. I agree. No one understands it. Coral does, but nope.
I might add the 2% is on the maximum tax rate. And since we're not at the maximum tax rate, then it doesn't entirely get calculated in the calculation. It is very complicated, but.
It is, I agree. Questions for Coral? Pleasure of the board.
Chairman Gold, I'll make a motion that setting as a board of directors for the Mojave County Flood Control District that I will move to adopt the district tax rate of 0.5000 per $100 of assessed value and levy of $10,170,637 for fiscal year 2022-23.
You've heard that motion. Second. Secretary, please call the roll. Clerk, rather.
Supervisor Lingenfelter?
Aye.
Supervisor Angus?
Aye.
Supervisor Johnson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bishop?
Yes.
Chairman Gould?
No.
Motion carries 4-1.
With your vote of 4 ayes and 1 nay, you've passed item 36. Item 37. Ms. Lloyd. Director Lloyd.
Chairman Gould and Supervisors, item 37 is a comparable recommendation and discussion in regard to the library district. The library district, the rate that is recommended is 0.2548, which is the same rate that has been adopted for the last 3 years. The truth in taxation rate is a lower rate. It is .2451. So again, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions that you may have. Otherwise, we we would anticipate that you would have a discussion and a vote on this, the library's tax rate.
Questions for Director Lloyd? No one has signed up to speak. Anyone care to speak on this item? What's the pleasure of the board?
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Bishop.
I will also make the motion that we adopt the Mojave County Library District tax rate of 0.2548 per $100 of assessed value and levy $5,856,507 for fiscal year 22-23.
You've heard that motion in second. Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Lingenfelter?
Aye.
Supervisor Angus?
Aye.
Supervisor Johnson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bishop?
Yes.
Chairman Gould?
No.
Motion carries 4-1.
Your vote of 4-1, you've passed item 37. Item 38. Director Lloyd.
Chairman and Supervisors, item 38 is the discussion and action in regard to adopting the television tax district rate and the levy for fiscal year 23. The rate is about 5 cents. It's 0.0563, and the levy would be 1.2 million, almost 1.3 million. This does not require a truth in taxation hearing, but still needs to be adopted.
Chairman Gould?
Supervisor
Can I ask
Angus.
a question? So how are we doing in that TV district? Some of the issues that we had earlier in the year, have they been fixed?
You want to address?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Angus, not sure specifically what issues you're referring to, but we have been following through on permit-related item and cleaning up items with the FCC. Those are, in fact, complete. Mojave County was owed some money through that process. That has been collected, and some of the money of that was due to WECOM for maintaining the system has also been processed. So I can sincerely tell you that we're better off today than we were, and we continue to stay on it.
Okay, so there's enough there. I mean, costs have gone up. I know we had a lot legal thing, but we're okay with this.
We are keeping up. Generators are needed at these sites to maintain certain temperatures, and as you can imagine, cost of those is higher, but yes, we are.
Because we've taken money
We have a program in place where we forecast, we work with the provider to maintain our maintenance needs, and then we budget for them, so we're.
Because in the past, we used flexibility language to take some money from this thing too when we were having some difficulties. So we're okay.
Right now,
I know
we're
a lot of,
maintaining, okay.
you know, I don't like the TV district, but I know a lot of our constituents use it, Scotty, and count on it. So with that, I'm going to make a motion that we adopt the Mojave County Television District tax rate of 0.0563 per 100 of assessed value and levy of $1,294,040 for fiscal year 2022 to 2023.
Second.
You've heard that motion in second. My problem with the TV district is we tax people that are unable to receive the service, which means it's wealth redistribution, as we've heard often about wealth redistribution this past couple of weeks. There's areas in the county that don't receive the service, but they still get taxed for the service. So I have a problem with that. Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk, can you call the roll?
Supervisor Lingenfelter?
Aye.
Supervisor Angus?
Aye.
Supervisor Johnson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bishop?
Yes.
Chairman Gould?
No.
Motion carries 4-1.
With your vote of 4-1, you've passed item 38. Did I forget to take? We did. We got into it without taking testimony. We did. You want to testify now, Scotty, or? Sorry.
It's all right. You can pass it anyway. We had the public hearing. Why do you need the public hearing?
Do you need me to move all my stuff?
No.
Okay.
Ron, these people bought that property knowing that they couldn't get those signals, so I have no problems with them not getting it. If they want to, they can probably go down and get an amplifier and put them out or whatever. But they bought that property knowing that they couldn't get this. And I remember being here a year ago when they came in and testified. And we were supposed to up the signal. I don't know what Webcom did. But we're supposed to, there's a group down in Phoenix that meets and says, you will receive these channels. We have no say on what channels we get. We've got 6 chopping channels. Oh boy, we didn't used to have that many. I don't use any of them. I don't have a credit card. I'm not one of you idiots that pay 30% on your tax, on your bills, whatever. They did just change out a generator down there on Oatman Mountain to a bigger one. So that was last Tuesday. In fact, they phoned me and said, hey, by the way, your TV is going to be up. Yeah, I'm one of the people that does phone them and, hey, let them know. I've been pretty nice about it, but we need to have a say-so on what channels we get. We can't tell One Rockefeller Center what channels to put on at 8 o'clock at night, but they are supposed to, by law, in Phoenix, like Fox 10 took off, we lost Court TV and the Weather Channel on 12.2, and the new one that they put on 3.5 sucks. I want a Weather Channel on that I can see and know what time it is and this and that. And maybe if there's a storm coming like one that came through last night. I didn't know that was coming through. But we need to be able to have a say-so on what channels we get. They got another one they're putting on, 3.6. We have no idea. Whatever KPEG is. They're allowing all these channels to be put on, and they're worthless. You only have one Mexican-Spanish channel. And if they're renters, they pay this tax in their rent. And I know there's a lot of Mexican-speaking people in this town that deserve more than one channel. I don't know there's one that could be shot in the off air up from Phoenix. And of course, they got us handicapped by not letting us do any Las Vegas channels. I guess I can have 2 antennas and point one towards that mountain over there. I'm not going to do that with an A/B switch. But you are getting one heck of a deal. I've climbed these towers and stuff before. It's 16 years climbing telephone poles and towers. You're getting a heck of a deal with the rate that it is.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hollis, I skipped you too. Would you care to testify?
My comment is basically the same thing. Hopefully we spend that tax money on the television district and don't sweep it like we have in the past. Thank you.
When that was done, generally the legislature gave the counties the authority to do that due to a budget crash or whatnot. But I agree, it's bad.
It was not permitted before, and they had to make a special thing to allow it to happen. So doesn't make it right just because it's legal.
That is often true. Thank you, sir. Item 39, Director Lloyd.
39, okay.
Chairman Gould and board members, item 39, excuse me, is the adoption of the tax rate and the levy for the Holiday Shores Lighting District, which is a lighting district located in Bullhead City. They do not have a formal board, and so the Board of Supervisors adopts this as their board. This truly pays for their electric bill for those lights. the levy is $4,733. So it's not a very expensive endeavor, if you will, but that's what this item is about.
And we found out a couple of years ago this has nothing to do with holiday lighting.
Correct.
It is lighting for holiday shores.
Chairman Gould, this is in my district. I learned a lot about lighting districts. You know, on every tax, if you live in a community in Bullhead City, you have a lighting district. I didn't even know that. I saw it on my bill. I didn't understand it, that the city uses the formula, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing. It just makes sure that the bills get paid, so there's lighting in these communities. So with that, I want to make a motion that we adopt the Holiday Shores Lighting District tax rate of 0.0125 per 100 of assessed value and a levy of $4,733 for fiscal year 2022 to 2023.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk, call the roll.
Supervisor Lingenfelter?
Aye.
Supervisor Angus?
Yes.
Supervisor Johnson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bishop?
Yes.
Chairman Gould?
No.
Motion carries 4-1.
With your vote of 4-1, you've given a passed, or you have passed item 39. The Board of Supervisors will now recess the regular meeting and convene into a special meeting pursuant to ARS 42-17105 to take action to approve by motion and roll call vote the fiscal year 2022 and 2023 primary property tax levy in accordance with ARS 42-7107 and adopt fiscal year 2022-2023 final budget with modifications as desired. Director Lloyd.
Chairman Gould and Supervisors, the only thing that I might add is that in addition to modifications that have been presented, any action that the board takes today would be included in the final budget. For example, you have an item later in the agenda to accept the $1 million in relationship to the Restart program. So anything that's voted on today will be included.
Thank you. Questions for Director Lloyd?
I do.
Supervisor Angus.
Last meeting, we did the tentative budget. We entertained the idea of going to the truth and taxation number for the, with this, if we wanted to revisit that again, and we're allowed to do that, correct? Yes. Even though it was, we voted not to do that then, it can be revisited again, correct?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Wake up.
Chair, Madam Angus.
Okay, we voted, we did not approve a motion at the last meeting when we did the tentative budget to go to the truth and taxation number, but we can revisit that again at this meeting.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Angus, that is correct. The board cannot go higher than what was tentatively approved at the last meeting, but can stay at that rate or go lower.
Okay. So if I were to make a motion that we go to the truth and taxation number, and can you tell us what that number is, Coral?
That number is $1.7547.
So it's about 7 cents less.
Correct.
And again, you know, it goes back to what we have control over on your tax bill, which is just those taxing districts you just heard us vote on, and this, which is the biggest number. The rest is other taxing boards. You know, we go through this all the time. In Bullhead City, it's our fire district is the biggest part of the bill. So this is something that we can do. Maybe make it a little lighter on people. So I'm going to make a motion that we adopt the truth and taxation number for the primary budget.
Chairman Gould, I have a question.
Supervisor Bishop.
So if this is what the board chooses to do, Coral, can you explain what that means to the individual county departments? I mean, obviously, we're going to have to make some cuts, and I'm sure you've anticipated this could happen. So can you give us some insight as to where we're going to have to cut in order to have enough money to make us through this budget year?
Sure, Supervisor, or Chairman Gould, Supervisor Bishop. The amount that the reduction to the TNT rate is worth is about $1.5 million. At this point, as discussed at the tentative, our recommendation from finance and the county manager's office would be to, if that is ultimately adopted, then that just rolled to the bottom line. That would reduce your carryover fund balance, if you will. We had discussed the reasons that we had built in a cushion going into the current year. Some of that has been eroded by the legislative actions that we now need to incorporate. So those modifications ultimately wipe out our cushion, and we would need to budget for a lower number.
Mr. Chairman.
County Manager.
If I may weigh in and add a thought or two to that. And let me just start by saying I recognize I'm the county manager. I'm not a member of the board. But I really want to say that I would not, I reside in the county, so whatever the board decide today, I will pay like everybody else. But with that said, I would not be doing my job, and I would be remiss if I did not remind the board of the uncertainties that lie ahead. We proposed a budget, and the tentative budget, which the board approved, that was balanced and responsible. We believed then, still believe today, that provides the board the flexibility necessary, we believe, to navigate through this coming year. There are many uncertainties ahead of us. The cost of services of all kinds and materials, supplies, continues to go up, as you probably are aware and experiencing with your personal expenditures. The cost in our healthcare system, we have many, as you know, mandatory services that the county has to provide. Using the jail as an example, the inmate healthcare contract alone went up by $1.3 million more than what we anticipated, and we anticipated it coming in higher than prior year. The meals at the jail, security and security-related systems, vehicles, fuel costs. We've come back to the board for contingencies. So while I'm not advocating for raising taxes, I believe truly it is my job to remind the board of the uncertainty and to do it respectfully, to do it at the right time, and to let you know that the tentative budget that you adopted does have approximately $1.5 million of cushion in it. Should you go to the truth in taxation, that will remove or will wipe out that cushion that is on the budget. We will implement what the board decides on. We will work with what we have, but that is the reality. That is those are the facts that we will have to work with going forward, if indeed we change from the tentative adopted budget, which retained the rate from last year, to the truth and taxation number. I just felt compelled to share that with you.
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Bishop.
Thank you, County Manager. And the cost of just doing business have gone up for our constituents. We understand that, but it's also gone up for the county. And in looking at this budget and the capital projects, we have a pretty robust list of things that we're doing this fiscal year. We have the animal shelter, the building of the morgue, we have the jail re-entry program, we have the sheriff's substation, we have the courthouse remodel in phase 2, and then we have the mandated legal center, and that's all coming up this year. A lot of uncertainties, as has been pointed out, everything from fuel costs to just the cost of tubifors and labor. I mean, that's if you can even find labor. So there's a lot of uncertainty. We can go to the taxation rate and lose that cushion but we may need that cushion. So I just think going forward, I personally would like to play it on the safe side and have that cushion in case things do cost more, and ultimately it looks like that's the trend. So, thank you.
You know, I think we need to trim our budget just like the people that pay our salaries have to trim their budget because of Biden's inflation and the poor management of the country. It shouldn't always be government first. We shouldn't always go back to the taxpayer well and take more of their money when they're all suffering. We need to suffer along with them. Thank you. Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Thank you, Chairman. Is there a motion on the floor?
Half a motion. I'm going to go ahead and second Supervisor Angus's motion. You've heard that motion. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Johnson.
What kind of cuts are we going to do if we do this?
Good, or I'll do it. I don't believe that we're going to be building the morgue building this year.
Correct.
So you could postpone the building of the morgue building to make up the deficit.
Well, we could also postpone the $2 million for the fairgrounds. We're not going to do that. We could take that out.
Yeah, there's another opportunity. I think the fairgrounds move is going to take longer than what we were anticipating. So we won't need that money this year.
The ever popular one that I bring up is the $12,000 a month to the lobbyist. It's over $800,000 we've gotten into. I mean, as we look back, at one point we were fighting over water years ago. I think Supervisor Angus was on the board. We had every county in the state support us. Federal government made a law and gave away our water. We've been having the lobbyists for all this time, and we've gotten no farther. We have good expertise on the board. I don't know that it's doing us good. It's just something that always sticks in my craw because it has been quite a few years and getting up there. I guess those are the few things that I thought of that we could cut. With those, if I may, Mr. Chairman, ask the county manager, if say we took $2 million out of the fairgrounds for putting away or the morgue, either one, would that allow us to continue to go ahead with everything you have planned and still have your cushion?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Johnson, it's really hard to answer that, and let me tell you why. We based our cost on the available information to us today. You all know what is happening with the cost of services, engineering, or otherwise. To speak specifically to the medical examiner / morgue facility, we have those services that are mandated by the county currently being provided by a third party. It's costing the county $1 million a year. We went through what I would consider, and I believe the board was aware of it because we did our best to share it with you, a painful process to get to this point as we changed contracts from one provider to the next. Our vision is to bring those services in-house, and that's what the board concurred to. In order to do so, we have to move ahead at some point. Can we delay it? Yes, we can. Does that facilitate our problem? I truly do not believe so. I think at some point, looking at other counties similar to ours that went through similar issues, their standing for those services improved when they brought those services in-house and the board had oversight into them. Similarly with the fairground. The board has discussed, and on the agenda today is an item to consider the future of the fairground site and facility. If the board wants to act on, and I'm not going to get into it other than to say the ad hoc committee completed its work, you're going to hear about it. If the board wants to do something on that front, we need to start somewhere. So what we put For example, for the morgue, depending on where it's located and the type of equipment that is necessary for ventilation and so on, the money that we put aside may be adequate, may not be. We will update you as we have more information based on design and such. The Legal Services Center, the mandated Legal Services Center, in my opinion, Mr. Chairman and board member, is a necessity. We have county buildings that have been flooded before, had water in them, are dilapidated and are old. You were visionary in seeing that and approving a pay-as-you-go to fund those. We think we have the funding necessary to deliver that facility. It's currently under design. We want to have some flexibility should the cost of the construction come in higher once we have final set of plans and the design is complete. So can we delay projects, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Johnson, and board members? Yes, we can. It's which project you want to delay and how does that impact the board's priority going forward. We're here to work with you and to serve. It's our job to remind you of what we've presented to you, what we've committed to you, to moving forward and what you want to see move forward.
I guess, though, my question is, it's what, $1.5 million around there? About $1.5 million. So if the board cuts $2 million somewhere, the running of the county, now, obviously, that'd be up to us to decide if we want to, you know, what needs to be done with new projects, but the county would still be able to operate and have sufficient funds to go through the year. It would just be, if we cut something, I'm guessing we would cut a project. But you would have, that would offset the $1.5 million that you would get, so.
Mr. Chairman and Supervisor Johnson, yes, indeed. If we go with the truth in taxation, we end up with a levy that is $1.5 million less. That in itself will be the cushion that we have going forward. So other projects can be carried forward as presented to the board as long as the costs does not change or the cost of services and contracts that we projected ahead during our budget process will remain the same. If they go up, they're going to exceed the budget that we have. At that point, we'll come back to the board and tell you about it, and we may have to cut a project or two to stay within our means. We're in the beginning of this fiscal year, and we have a long year ahead of us, and the economic projections that we're hearing and receiving and are being shared with us are far from being rosy, and compels me to just feel the pain and share those thoughts with you. It's only my job to remind you of those things. You're the decision makers. We will work with what you decide on.
But if we take that, say, $2 million out of somewhere, you would still have your $1.5 million cushion. You just had one less project to do. So that would be okay. I mean, you'd still have your cushion there.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Johnson, forgive me, I missed your point earlier. I catch it this time, or I caught it this time. Yes, we can.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Thank you, Chairman Gould. The tentative rate, I actually voted in favor of, but as I continue to go around my district, which is the largest district in Mojave County, and even here in Kingman, driving around, I just see a lot of hardship right now. And so if we can help lighten the burden, 7 cents, I think it's a good thing for us to do right now. And we have a county manager who went through a selection process to be the top guy, and he's got a professional staff. So I think that I'd like to give him the maximum amount of flexibility to work with his professional staff as directors to recommend where cuts would need to be made in the budget that we approve. But as far as approving something that's 7 cents less, I think it's a good thing to do right now. Thank you.
Chairman Gould. Mr. Altos, can you remind us what our total budget is for the county?
Reoccurring operational budget or total budget that the board
Total budget.
approved?
So the total budget is about $561 million. The general fund is about 117.
Okay, and we're talking about $1.5 million to cut somewhere out. And you talked about 2016 as being we operated in the deficit. So, but from my experience now, 10 years, Supervisor Johnson has many more, that usually isn't the case. We usually end up with more than what we budgeted for. So I feel confident that this is the very least. I don't know, I mean, how we can sit here with straight face after all the money that we received from the federal government, from everywhere, and then to sort of cry that we don't have money. It just seems a little, and I'm not, this isn't to you guys, no, I understand what you're doing. You guys do a great job, but again, it's a small thing, but I think it's the very least that we can do for our constituents.
Supervisor Johnson.
Just to bring up, because you know everybody seems to think that government has all this great big pot of money that we just, you know, haphazardly spend. I did a little thing on just our gas consumption. And in 21, we spent $755,715. And then just for the 11 months of 22, we're over $1 million, almost $1.1 million. In 21, our diesel fuel was $493,000. And in the same 11 months this year, it's $736,000, almost $737,000. Now, because of COVID and shutting down our sheriff's vehicles, in 21, they were at 2.8 million miles driven, and they were down to 1.3. So they were down, you know, considerable amount of money, but our costs were higher. So when everybody keeps saying, they act like our costs don't go up, and they continue to go up. Everything we have goes up. You know, and we have the same problems anybody else does. And if we want to supply them with the sheriff and the health department and all these, you know, planning and zoning, we have to pay for it, you know. And when I mean we mean them have to pay for it, you know, taxpayers. So it's not like we're just sitting on piles of money and we can, you know, make a lot of cuts.
Chairman Gould?
Angus.
Just for clarification, all those extra expenses you worked into the budget because we knew that they were coming, right? That's all factored into the budget. These extra gas costs and fuel.
Yes,
Okay. That's all.
we're covering them now, yes.
So, Mr. Chairman and Supervisor Angus and Johnson, we, in FY22 budget, we obviously had not known what was going to happen with the fuel. We budgeted what we budgeted. The numbers that Supervisor Johnson shared were the original budget plus what we came back to the board requesting more. And I do believe we made that trip more than once because what we forecasted needing above and beyond the budget was even inadequate because the fuel costs continued to go up. We don't know what's going to happen in next year's. My point is, as I answer both of your questions, that is the best of our projections are factored into the budget in 23, Supervisor Angus, but we don't know if it's going to be adequate or not. We don't know what happens with the fuel. Those are the uncertainties that I was speaking about earlier.
Supervisor Bishop.
Coral, I'd like to ask you, is the fairgrounds, the moving of the fairgrounds, if that's what we decide to do, is that budgeted already?
We put in $2.5 million for that initial phase.
So that's not enough to
no, absolutely
to go forward with this. So we take the fairgrounds out of the equation for now. All of these other capital projects I see having value, and the only one that I can see that we can maybe back off from is the sheriff's substation. We've got $5 million budgeted for that. Maybe we could downsize and just do a remodel instead of building a new sheriff's substation. Sorry, Doug. But everything else, I see that it's necessary to go forward with those capital projects. But the sheriff's substation, unfortunately, could be scaled back to just a remodel. And then one thing I wanted to remind everybody of our fleet of vehicles. We no longer can go out under government contracts and get these vehicles. We're buying from the car lots like everybody else. I mean, the cars are just not available out there. So, you know, maybe Tara can speak to that and remind us the difficulties that she's having in procurement, just getting contracts and dollar amounts to meet what we've approved her to spend. And I think that'd be interesting to hear what procurement has been experiencing over the past year. Sorry to put you on the spot, Tara.
Thank you, Chairman and Supervisor Bishop. Definitely putting me on the spot. As far as vehicles, I know you've been part of some of the meetings that we've talked through that. What we are hearing on fleet vehicles is that they are not getting incentives from the manufacturer to sell at fleet prices. And so we do have very legitimate concerns about being able to go through a bidding process and getting competitively priced vehicles for the county's vehicles. Sorry. And then the other issue that we run into, if we're not able to source it through a competitive process for us, we tend to go to cooperative contracts. I don't know if the sheriff is here, but we've even struggled getting vehicles on co-op where we have had to sole source them based on a vehicle that's available on the lot. We are paying retail prices. Even when we're buying off of state co-ops, we're buying off of, I want to say they call it like tier 2 pricing. Essentially, it's if you've met the cutoff date for fleet, you're buying it at the available market rate price. And so we do anticipate that vehicle expenses are going to go up this year. And a lot of our things have gone up. The county manager has spoke to the jail costs, the healthcare costs, everything is going up. We are doing our best to try to negotiate lower rates, but when private industry is seeing increases, those things get passed on to us as well as part of their costs. Any other questions?
No, that pretty much spells out the doom and gloom of procurement.
So Tara, who do we send down to the car dealer to negotiate for us?
We're not negotiating anything with the car dealers. Really, it's coming down to what's available.
Sure.
It's a matter of looking at what's around. Our fleet manager, Randy Jansen, it has been a difficult year for vehicle purchases this year, and I'm hoping that we have a plan for FY23. But we're going to do our best to try to source it all at one time or go to co-ops all at one time. But we do anticipate part of that $1.5 million cushion. We anticipate needing to request possibly additional money in order to purchase our fleet, or there might be the possibility that vehicles don't get purchased for certain areas this year. So.
Hopefully they'll come up with some chips and they can put them in those pickups that are sitting on the Ohio racetrack waiting for chips. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. And you know, as far back as I can remember, my father sounded just like Mr. Abbott, you know, no more taxes, we can't afford it. And I've heard that in the 60s and 70s and 80s, and now everybody that was children back then or adults, and they're saying that, you know, nobody wants taxes, but that's how we make the government run is with taxes. That's just a reality, taxes and death. But I understand wanting to cut taxes for our constituents. I don't disagree with that. I think that's a wonderful idea, but I'm also concerned that the county needs to go forward and be able to operate and provide the services that those same people not only need, but they demand. So, you know, maybe a compromise might be in order here today. Instead of going down to the TNT rate, maybe meeting in the middle somewhere halfway. I don't know. That'd be my recommendation, of which I could support, but I don't know. I worry about being able to pay the bills just like I do at home. I want to be able to pay my bills. I want the county to be able to pay their bills.
Mr. Chairman?
Supervisor Johnson.
You ready for a motion?
I think we already have one.
Oh, do we? We get a second?
Oh, in the question?
Did we get a second on it already?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, you seconded it.
I seconded it.
Yes,
Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk, will you call the roll?
Supervisor Lingenfelter?
Aye.
Supervisor Angus?
Yes.
Supervisor Johnson?
I'd like the question read back. I've got confused on this vote now. I do the question here. I obviously had a different motion in mind.
It was the truth in taxation.
You want to read?
Was it Supervisor Bishop's motion and Supervisor?
No, I'm sorry. It was
They voted on that one and I missed it somehow?
The motion was to adopt the truth in taxation number.
Okay. Without any cuts.
That was the motion. There was nothing added to the motion at that time. The discussion about cuts came after the motion and second.
But it would mean a $1.5 million cut.
Right, but no other cuts to the budget. Then I'll vote no.
Supervisor Bishop?
No.
Chairman Gold?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-2.
With your vote of 3 ayes and 2 nays, you've passed item 1. Let's take a 5-minute break. Oh, it's the parliamentarian. Oh, my mic's on. I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order. Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move to modify the budget to remove the $2.5 million from the Fairground Budget Fund.
Supervisor Angus.
To discuss? Don't we have an item about the fairgrounds coming up?
We're still in the special meeting.
Oh, we're still in the
Yeah,
special meeting?
I never close the special meeting.
Okay, then I'll second that.
Discussion.
Chairman Gould?
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Just for consideration, rather than the board making the decision on that funding right now, would we be amenable to just leaving it to our county manager to work with his professional staff to provide him with the most flexibility to decide where that needs to come from? I mean, I'll support the removal of the fairgrounds money if we need to do that, but I just think we have a professional county manager and maybe providing him with the flexibility about where that should come from, maybe several sources. Thank you.
Further discussion.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Johnson.
The only thing I would say is I think you're asking somebody to do a budget, or that act on a budget that is penny per penny. And he had his $1.5 million was the rate that they asked for. He had a cushion in case of gasoline costs, whatever costs went up, car costs. Now we're asking to run a budget with no cushion at all, where if we said, hey, we're willing to remove this because obviously we're not going to be building a fairgrounds next year, gives him the opportunity instead of having to come back and beg us every time.
Chairman Gould?
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Yeah, I appreciate that fact, and I will support that. I just know in the private sector, and I think it's human nature in general, that most people don't change until they reach a point where they have to change. And so I know that the county, we do a lot of mandated things, but we do a whole lot of non-mandated things too. And there might be several opportunities to find efficiencies that are maybe good ideas, but not urgent or have not been urgent, to try to push those types of things forward organization-wide. That's all I would like to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor. Further discussion. Supervisor Bishop.
I have a question for Coral. On the proposed fairgrounds budget, is that itemized out? I mean, how much is in the budget for moving forward to a new location for land purchases? And how much of that is for actual maintenance and running of the fairgrounds?
So we put in 2.5 million for the capital project section of that in consideration of relocation. The regular fairgrounds budget, I do not have before me, but I believe that it is around $1 million and $1.3 million, $1.4 million.
County Manager.
Chairman Gould, Supervisor Bishop, the $2.5 million in the budget for the fairground is for infrastructure. We, few board meetings back and even prior in our discussion with the board, we understood that that is an option that the board may want to consider and contemplate. In fact, the board did, before the board reconsidered, voted on a site. So all we were trying to do was put aside funding that will enable us to initiate the process. We have to, if the board approves a vision of going forward, whether it is moving or staying where we are, improvements are needed. We have shared that with you prior, the improvements that we made at the current site for health and safety reasons to ensure that we're in compliance. So we put some money aside to allow for that to move forward and to go toward infrastructure such as water, sewer, power, that type of thing. If it's removed, it's removed. And We can do a master plan to identify a path forward that would include a phasing and an implementation and potentially some revenue stream of one way or another. We have a lot of planning work to do prior to getting to construction. So if the $2.5 million, which is specifically set aside for infrastructure, if that is removed, we have planning to do before we get to that point. I hope I answered your question.
Further discussion?
So what is the motion?
Chairman Gold, Supervisor Bishop, the motion is to remove the 2.5 million from the Fairgrounds budget.
Okay, so removing 2.5, but what we actually need to remove is 1.5? If we're going to balance the budget with the recommendation?
Didn't we have 2.5 in there? I would just make it a clean sweep. I think they're going to need more than the 1.5 cushion they have with the way costs are going up. I really do. I don't know how everybody else feels, but with the fuel costs and all the rest of the costs that are coming up, and with the vehicles that we can't get, and there's some we can push off, but when you have sheriff and everybody's gotten used to having vehicles that run, so we've got to continue to buy those, and all of you see the cost of the cars, it's just out of sight.
So if we remove the 2.5, will the fairgrounds still have a budget for operating expenses at the existing location?
Right. The motion was just to take their building fund. They still have their regular budget, line item budget. If we have excess money at the end of the year, we can put it back in.
Okay, well, I think we need that cushion. I think things are a lot more worrisome than what the majority of the board thinks, but I do, so I'll second that. As much as I hate the idea, but we've gone down to the TNT rate based on the majority of the board. It is what it is, so that would fix it. We can readdress the fairgrounds at a later date, although, yeah, it is what it is. Unfortunate.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk, can you call the roll?
Supervisor Lingenfelter?
Aye.
Supervisor Angus?
Yes.
Supervisor Johnson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bishop?
Yes.
Chairman Gould?
Aye.
Motion carries.
With 5 ayes and 0 nays, you've passed the removal of the $2.5 million from the park fund. I'm going to go ahead and close the special meeting. We're on to item 40. Director Walsh.
Chairman Gould, members of the board, item 40 is the continuation of resolution 2022-102, a rezone for assessor's parcel number 404-24044. This is the rezone up in the Arizona Strip area in cane beds. Last meeting, the board elected to continue the item to today to be able to review the letters that were received, both opposition and in favor. In total, we received, quick math here, 51 letters, 38 in favor and 13 opposed. Of those 51 letters, 9 of those were within the 300 feet area of the property. Six of those within the 300 feet were in favor and 3 were against. With the changes from opposition to support, the number has gone down and no longer requires a 3/4 vote in order to approve the item. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Director Walsh?
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Lingenfelter?
I want to thank you working with applicants on this project. This is in my district up on the Arizona Strip, and I think they've done a good job with going out and having some face-to-face meetings with their neighbors, trying to explain more in detail and in depth what exactly they want to do. So I'm going to be supporting this. Thank you.
Further questions for Director Walsh? Hearing none. Thank you, sir. What's the pleasure of the board?
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Lingenfelter?
Motion to approve the adoption of BOS resolution number 2022-01, or excuse me, 102.
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it. So ordered. Number 41. Director Letoski.
Chairman Gould and the members of the board, staff placed this petition, it's a abandonment application on the regular agenda just because there was one item of particular note, and that is it entertains abandoning 2 public rights-of-ways, Columbus Way and Railroad Drive. However, Columbus Way, it's actually a county-maintained road in the Kingman Industrial Park. It's on the extreme west side of the park, kind of fronting the railroad area as well as Railroad Avenue. So it's about a quarter-mile road that's currently in the maintenance system. So if the board were to consider advancing this abandonment application, there could be a contemplation then of actually taking about a quarter-mile of paved road out of the county road maintenance system. And again, the board just has this opportunity right now to accept and refer to staff for continued processing. If the board were not supportive of this action, at this time, this is the opportunity to potentially take action not to advance the item. It would save the applicant the application fee as well as additional costs with regard to getting an appraisal, et cetera, as we advance further down.
So Director Letoski, if we were to approve this, then the applicant goes out and gets an appraisal and then we negotiate price in the
Correct.
next segment.
Public Works would formally accept the application fee as well because we would be performing certain noticing in that as well.
Thank you, sir. Questions for Director Letoski?
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Let me get Supervisor Bishop.
Steve, how many owners are involved in this transaction?
The application I recall is by a company. It's KK&P Land Holdings, who apparently control 2 parcels of property adjacent to these 2 roads.
So it's just one person that's doing the petition and one
Correct.
property owner?
One entity, but they hold 2 properties.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Johnson.
The only question I had was, the county has limited funds and we paved the road and now we don't care about it anymore. Why was it important before to pave and now it's not?
The board did accept these roads for maintenance back in 2017. It's my recollection that the roads were turned over to the county in a paved condition.
That wasn't one of the ones that had been paved by the county?
No.
Thank you.
Chairman Gould.
Questions for Director Letoski? Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Thank you, Chairman Gould. No questions for Steve. I do wonder if the applicant is here.
The applicant here today?
No.
There's not.
Okay. Thank you.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Chairman Gold, I'll make a motion to approve.
I hear that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You've heard that motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
The ayes appear to have it. You have it. So ordered. Item 42. Director Latoski.
Chairman Gould and members of the board, this item concerns a petition received from the public to establish two roads as county highways. Santa Fe Ranch Road for 1.04 miles extending from Alamo Road to Butch Cassidy Road, and Butch Cassidy Road 13.5 miles extending from Santa Fe Ranch Road to Charlotte Drive. This bisects the Santa Fe Ranchos community, and what prompted this submission of a public petition is there was an adoption of the 5-year capital improvement road program at the at the last board meeting that does represent these two projects for program improvement in FY24, but in order to spend statutorily any highway user revenue funds that the county receives on road improvements, it must be either roads that are presently maintained in a paved condition by the county or established as county highways for the purposes of making certain improvements to the site.
Questions for Director Latoski?
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Isn't this in the improvement district?
Chairman Gould, Supervisor Johnson, I am actually unfamiliar whether or not the Santa Fe Ranchos community has an improvement district.
When it was formed, the county asked, and they made an improvement district because we could foresee the size of the development that can take place out there. I mean, I think they said at the time it could be obviously if they split the 40 acres down, it'd be the size of San Francisco out there. I have a problem because we did put the improvement districts in. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's probably a traffic count of less than 200 cars going out there, or do you have a traffic count? I think we have a lot more roads that need surfacing with the limited funds we have. I understand those people wanting us to pave a road out to their house, but I just think there's a lot of places that we need those before that. That was all, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Any manager.
Mr. Board Members, Supervisor Johnson, a little over a year ago, we had discussions with the Property Owners Association for this area related to some drainage and road improvements. We did some research. I'm recollecting an improvement district that was initiated for the area, but it stopped short of voting to incur any costs or anything. In light of the uncertainty here, would you consider tabling this item? We'll go back and do more research, bring you firm answers so you can make decisions with, because I would rather you do not act on recollections of memories and that we do research and bring it back to you.
Do I need a vote to?
Chairman Gold,
Supervisor Bishop.
I'd like to speak a little bit on this because I was curious. I went out there Friday afternoon and I drove down Alamo Road, which is a very nice paved road, right to the intersection where you turn to go onto Butch Cassidy Road. Butch Cassidy Road is like a dirt freeway. It's wide, it's beautiful. It's slightly washboardy in some areas. It has the low water crossings paved with concrete. I was very impressed with the condition of the roads out there, but I drove and drove and drove and drove, and I came across a pickup pulling a water trailer that was stuck on the shoulder of the road, and that was the only vehicle that I saw going to the end of Butch Cassidy to Charlotte, which is the end of what's being proposed to declare a county highway. So when I turned around and came back out, there was one other vehicle, and that was trying to tow the water truck out of the sand that it was stuck in. So, you know, I was out there a couple of hours, and those were the only two vehicles that I saw. So I talked to one of my commissioners that said the justification to put this on the 5-year SERP was the increase in traffic. So that made me question that, you know, because I went out there, it was probably between 3:30 and 4:30, and those are the only two vehicles that I saw. And then the commissioner said the other reason was the buildup of residents out there, and honestly, I did not see that. And then he said, this commissioner said that the road was good enough condition to where no prep work would be required to declare this a county highway. But he said that he wasn't a fan. He said that the maintenance issues, because of the location of the road, every time it rains, it floods, and I guess that justifies the low water crossings. But I think the county did a fabulous job on this dirt road, and I was a little bit envious because there's not many dirt roads in my district that are that nice. So he went on to tell me that there were several meetings of the Transportation Commission, and that there was a whole delegation of people from that area that showed up 3 or 4 times. And in fact, I think Supervisor Gold was there at least at one of the meetings. And a real estate developer came in and did a complete presentation about the build out and the growth and everything. So he told the commission about how much work that he had done to promote this area. And I printed out a map that shows a subdivision that's right at the end of where this road ends on Charlotte. And so I looked up the parcels, and every parcel in this subdivision is either owned by John and Sue Raines or by Century 21. And that may be the same. John and Sue Raines may work for Century 21. I have no idea, but it just seems curious that another one of my people that I talked to that's on the Transportation Commission indicated that this commissioner felt kind of pressured, a little bit intimidated, because these people kept showing up, and so it was decided by the commission to put this road on the 5-year SERP. And now, Mr. Lukowski, you're bringing it to us to refer it back to the Transportation Commission that feels intimidated or pressured by this group of property owners out there. So I just don't think it's warranted. It's a $3 million investment for a road with only residential prospects going forward. You know, I'd sure like to spend $3 million in my district, but I just don't see the need out there. It's 14 miles of very nice dirt road and very few residences. And Ron, maybe you can clarify some of that since that's your district. But
Director Lutowski, what's the traffic count on Butch Cassidy?
Chairman Gould, I do not have a traffic count in front of me, but I do have a traffic count for Alamo Road. So beyond Borgiano Mine Road, where there's a reasonable amount of traffic that does utilize that road. So beyond that, going towards Santa Fe Ranchos, but of course going down to Alamo Lake, et cetera. Our traffic counts found that between 2017 and 2019, it hovered around 300 vehicles per day. In July 2021, we do have one count that has it about 445 vehicles per day. Again, that's Alamo Road and not necessarily, so it'd just be a percentage that would take Santa Fe Ranch and Butch Cassidy.
That was 2021.
That was
in
a
July?
year before our hard surfacing, though.
Okay.
That was about a year
July,
ago.
though?
July, yes, exactly a year ago.
So, yeah, you don't have the winter people. There's a lot of people out there in the wintertime. But we probably ought to have staff bring this back and answer Supervisor Johnson's question is whether there's a improvement district or not.
I would make a motion, Chairman Gold, that we deny sending this to the Transportation Commission and let them bring it back later if they want to go forward with this. $3 million for a residential road is just atrocious.
Second.
You've heard that motion in second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I vote no. With your vote of 4 ayes and 1 nay, we're going to send that back to the Transportation Commission. On to 43.
No, that wasn't the motion.
What was the motion?
The motion was to deny sending it to the Transportation
So the
Commission.
motion is with your vote of 4 ayes and 1 nay, you've denied the motion.
Thank you.
Now we're on to item 43.
Mr. Chairman?
Supervisor Johnson.
As much as I like to look at Mr. Bischoff, I would make a motion to approve this item.
Second.
You've heard that motion in second. Any further discussion?
I just want to say one thing.
Supervisor
Sorry,
Angus.
Supervisor Johnson. Thought we got away with it. I just want to say that this was the culmination of a lot of work by a lot of people. Thank you, Don and the sheriff and people on this board who supported. But I wanted to take this moment to thank Regina Cobb, our representative, who will no longer be our representative. She was term limited. She worked tirelessly on this whole Reach Out project, and we can thank her for this moment that we're in and for this money that we received. So thank you.
Yes.
But then thank you to the Arizona Criminal Justice Commission as well, of which I sit on the board.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. Do have it, so ordered. Item 44. County Manager.
Mr. Chairman, board members, good afternoon. We haven't talked earlier today. Staff was directed to complete a needs assessment study for the Mojave County Fairground. This was this has been in the works. The board reconsidered the previous site that was discussed and wanted to see an ad hoc committee with members appointed by the board convene and discuss so we can receive public input and come back to you. That process is now complete. The committee, the ad hoc committee, did meet twice with our staff. The needs assessment report is ready for your review. It has been delivered to you for review and consideration. To facilitate your review of it, it was truly broken down by event type. We term that anchor venue just to categorize it. And there were 5 of those: motorsports and entertainment venue, exposition and community event center, equine events, arena and boarding facilities, carnival and concession pavilions, and then recreation park. We left with your direction, which is to focus on the needs and the space required for those, not so much where it is to be located. So we did our very best to veer away from the where and to focus on those, again, as we call them, the anchor venues and the event types and communicate with you the feedback. To that end, Steve Latosky, Barbara Spoonhour, Kristen Zimmerman were instrumental in that process. I don't do this very often, but let me just say, I'm grateful for the discipline that they displayed as we went through this process to gather public input and present it to you. And so I was pleased with what they came up with. I would like to give them an opportunity to briefly walk you through the feedback. You've had the report, you've had a chance to look at it. So item 44 is truly limited to presenting you the feedback from the public, discussing with you and answering any question you may have going forward to get to a point where the board can either ask for any additional information or make a decision as to where we go from here. So with that said, Steve, Barbara, and Kristen, it's all yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gould, members of the board. I'll keep my comments brief because we as staff are here really as staff available for questions. I do wish to thank the ad hoc committee members. They responded really at a moment's notice and served us very well in the 2 complete ad hoc committee meetings that were also attended by the public. You'll find the list of committee members on the page 3 of the needs assessment report. But I'd like to have Barbara step up perhaps and discuss some of the other public outreach that she actually spearheaded through the county website and the public survey.
Thank you, Director Latosky. Chairman Gould, supervisors. Just real briefly, what we did in addition to the ad hoc committee was we created a short online survey that was on the website where we had 112 respondents. 81% of them provided input into the various activities they would like to see as well as amenities, and also giving examples of other areas to look at in terms of fairgrounds that they have visited. We did have 17% of the respondents who did not want to move from the Kingman location. And with that, we held our 2 meetings with the ad hoc committee members. Supervisor Bishop had also received 24 letters from the Black Mountain Elementary School, a 3rd grade class that shared their vision for the fairgrounds. And we did receive petitions and phone calls from the Walnut Creek Estates regarding not wanting to move to the Walnut Creek area. And again, as we went through the ad hoc committee, we emphasized the fact that we were looking at the needs of the current fairgrounds, what amenities and what activities people would like to see, not the location. Thank you.
So just in closing, through really the input of the ad hoc committee primarily, as well as folding in some of the other comments that we received, staff, including myself, Barbara Spoonhour, my other colleagues, Kristen Zimmerman and Ryan Fruworth, we pulled together what really is a complete needs assessment findings, and that is defining 5 anchor venues. These are, we use the term anchor venue almost like you would use the term an anchor store at a big shopping mall. These are venues that are intended to bring in revenue, and they can be considered all of them or just part of the anchor venues. They would encompass approximately 230 acres as a whole, all 5 anchor venues. And these were based on what we had dialogue with the ad hoc committee on representative examples of other venues of that category that are proven and have been successful. So we kind of drive the acreage from that. So they include motorsports and entertainment, equine and livestock events and boarding, exposition and community events, carnival and concession, that's basically your fair, type grounds, as well as recreation parks, as we heard, interest in a BMX park or even a multi-use trail. We also defined through the ad hoc committee 5 supporting facilities. These would kind of lend to the anchor venues, being administrative offices, parking, RV park, which admittedly could be a revenue generator as well, of course. Hotel and services. This is kind of a new concept, which we have seen work in other locales where this could be a public-private partnership where, a particular parcel of land on the Fairgrounds site could be delegated for a potential public RFP or private RFP that a commercial hotel would build upon, as well as also utilities. So we identified about 70 acres for those supporting facilities. And that basically concludes the needs assessment.
Questions for Director Latosky? Supervisor Bishop.
So thank you very much for putting this information together for us, and to you, Barbara, for getting the assessment committee to stay on track. It looks like we have some very good recommendations for a future fairgrounds. I'm not too sure. I'm keen on the extreme motorsports in close proximity to a residential area, but other than that, I liked what I read and seen with this committee report. I will be in close proximity to the Ranch Events Complex in Denver, Colorado this coming week, and I hope to stop by and take a look and just see what their complex looks like, because apparently it's close to what we envision Mojave County is looking like in the future. So I think now we know how big of a landmass we need to have to go forward to develop a plan, whether it's a 5-year plan or a 10-year plan or even a 20-year plan. We know that we've outgrown the location within the city of Kingman, and we know that the city council puts restrictions on events that this county is not willing to accept in the long run. But it is what it is for now. So,
and if I may,
I do appreciate the committee report.
And if I may, all of the venues that were cited in this report, I'll start with the ranch in Larimer County, that only came to my personal attention. So I actually had a face-to-face conversation with the Larimer County engineer. We just happened to cross paths in a professional engagement at one time, and we talked quite in depth. I actually had quite a few questions for him. So this isn't about searching Google or anything, just to find representative. And the other venues that we also call out were either venues brought up by the committee, the ad hoc committee themselves, or suggested to us through some of the public surveys.
Okay.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Thank you, Chairman Gould. Thank you all for facilitating. I watched both of the meetings on the YouTube channel. I thought that they were good meetings. I read the report. You mentioned 200 and I thought I had read a minimum of 300 acres in the report. Steve, you identified minimums in the report, not factoring growth. I mean, considering that the current fairgrounds has been there for about 70 years, did you factor in room to grow, or did you only factor in minimums?
The report leaves it, as you mentioned, Supervisor Lingenfelter, as minimums, 300 acres in the aggregate. We do base that estimate on proven facilities that seemingly work in other areas as contemplated through the ad hoc committee discussions. I think one of the maybe more prominent examples would be, I'll take for example the Equine Livestock Event Center. numerous citations of the Queen Creek Horseshoe Park. That only sits on 38 acres. That includes the parking and everything. So when we stated a minimum 60 acres, I think staff is comfortable at the acreage that is given for any anchor venue to be able to facilitate a successful facility. Could you always upsize it? Yes, but you know, we think we found some successful facilities that define that acreage that was put out.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, one of the reasons we're looking right now is because of what's occurred at the current site, and we don't want to find ourselves in the same position in a few decades where, again, we have to look at relocating a fairgrounds. It's something to start maybe 50 years or 40 years in the future and work backwards. But overall, I thought it was interesting to hear all the ideas that were contained in the report. I don't think that all of them are going to be financially feasible or practical. And I think that the needs assessment report really stops at where a full-blown master planning process would begin. And that's, I put an item on after speaking with Manager Elters and Tyler, whether or not to put an additional item regarding this subject on, regarding master planning of 5 and 10 years. But, you know, from listening to the meetings, I think everybody, even though the ideas were very varied, everybody really wants this future fairgrounds to be as financially self-sustaining as possible. I think that was a pretty common theme that we heard. So it is envisioned to be a revenue generator for the citizens of Mojave County. And you know, since we've removed the capital for property acquisition, things like that, the item I put on next is just focused on that master planning process. Because I think that there are a lot of things that we have not fully vetted and explored that we need to. The old adage, you know, you have 6 hours to chop down a tree, you use the first 4 to sharpen the axe before you actually do the first swing. So I think we need to really, as part of a 5 and 10 year master planning process, as the next logical step, we need to look at, you know, I still would like to have staff look at the state trust land, the full section or a portion of that state trust land that's going to be off of the new Rancho Santa Fe Parkway in Kingman. It's still within city limits. It's bordered on the north and the west by heavy industrial. There's nothing on the south and the west, or excuse me, the east. It's going to have good visibility. But really we have to look at, as a part of a plan before we do anything, what are the site costs about, you know, if there's the BLM property and then there's the state trust land property, really reviewing all those possible sites to determine up front which site really represents the best long-term fit and the best deal for Mojave County citizens, and that would include site costs, that would include site restrictions. I know that I spoke with Amanda Dobson from the Kingman BLM office regarding the lease of that BLM land off of Shinnerump, you know, on top of the already 230 something signatures that we received from Walnut Creek residents stating that they don't want that there. I'm not sure if you've talked to Amanda or if anybody has reached out to BLM, but there are some restrictions on those leases. She told me that BLM frowns upon significant money-making activities under those leases, that those leases are typically for public facilities like fire stations and schools. And there was also some concern for the borough health next to loud concerts, motorsports, consistent bright lights. Those things need to be taken into consideration when you look at site restrictions, comparing sites. Public safety and police, and the locations of fire stations and what the public response times are going to be. I know that the state trust land is within city of Kingman boundaries. So you'd have KPD that would respond. You'd have Kingman Fire Department respond. I don't know where the fire district would be that would respond at the Shinnerump site. And I don't know what the response time from our sheriff would be, who has to be everywhere else at that site. What facilities, what's the final list of facilities look like? And I think you only get there if you really look at what public and private development agreements are going to be possible. what public and private funding sources are going to be available. You know, I don't think as one supervisor that the burden should really, and responsibility for building up this new fairgrounds should fall solely upon Mojave County and the taxpayers. I think it really needs to be a series of negotiated public-private development agreements with the anchor tenants, motorsports, equestrian, perhaps some sort of hotel or fueling center under a properly structured P3 agreement. That use would be prohibited on the BLM lease land. Those things need to be discussed with those anchor tenants, because there's money-making operations, and then there are those operations that really don't make a lot of money, and they're going to ride on the backs of the motorsports and the rodeos and the equestrian stuff that do make money. What sort of public-private agreements, development agreements are we available to negotiate? That needs to be looked at. As far as infrastructure, the water, I know that the state trust land, you know, we have a will serve letter now, from City of Kingman has provided a will serve letter for the water and the wastewater that they would be able to service that area. If it goes out on Shinnerump, you're looking at least one well, maybe two wells, $2 to $3 million per well, right? That's what we're looking at. I mean, sewer over here on the state trust land, you tie into that system. If you go out here, you're going to probably need some sort of a wastewater package plant, which I'm not sure what the costs are for a wastewater sewer package plant, but that's going to be expensive. Sanitation and trash, you're looking at a city service versus probably an RFP for a private provider to provide service. Electric over here, and natural gas, Unisource, not far from their current grid. And I'm not sure what the electric and the natural gas services look like over off of Shinnerump Road. Fiber broadband access and speed, we know that we're going to have several providers providing the fastest broadband speed in the state of Arizona, at least for now, in the Kingman area. Don't know what it looks like out there. And then again, the BLM concerns with, you know, right off the bat, any sort of a P3 for a hotel or fueling facility, those money-making retail type activities are just right off the bat off the table. And being in close proximity to the boroughs, you know, they're going to be taking that into evaluation with the borough's health and stuff like that. So I think that there's a lot of things that we need to really look at, and we can still move forward with a 5 and 10 year general plan, even though we don't have money to purchase any land right now, but we could at least continue our planning efforts, and hopefully that all the revenue anchor tenants will continue to participate. That ad hoc committee will remain, and we'll be able to continue to work with them, as they're going to be the ones that are responsible for scheduling events to pay off facilities, whatever the final facilities looks like. I mean, how are we going to pay for those? Is it going to be revenue bonds? I don't know. I mean, all that stuff needs to be vetted out before you go out and you purchase a piece of property. That's all I've got to say.
Further questions for Mr. Latosky? Supervisor Bishop.
None for Mr. Lakowski, but forgive me if I'm out of line here, but Supervisor Lingenfelter, do you have any financial or business interest in this area where the state land parcel is located from Rancho Santa Fe Parkway? I mean, you seem to really be excited about pushing that particular parcel.
Well, as my fellow Kingman supervisor, I am excited about it, because I think that the Fairgrounds has been within the county seat since I was a little boy. And the thought of moving it outside of the city is not a thought that I like. And it's a thought that a lot of people that live in the city of Kingman do not like either. If you watch their last City of Kingman council meeting, they were going to actually go on record to say they don't want the Fairgrounds to be moved because they like it being in the county seat. Regarding your question about financial ownership or anything like that, my family, myself, nobody has any sort of property ownership or any sort of financial benefit that would be gained by locating there. I'm not sure if you've heard something, or if you're just saying that to try to cover all your bases, but I've been in elected positions, starting with the Community College District Governing Board since 2010, and if I had a financial conflict, I would absolutely recuse myself.
Hey, yeah, my curiosity is that one of the reasons we're wanting to move the fairgrounds is to get it outside of the rules and regulations of the city of Kingman. That was my concern, is if we have the fairgrounds in the unincorporated areas, then we can control the destiny a little bit better.
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
I'd have to ask staff to look at the ordinances that the city of Kingman passed. I'm not sure if the prohibition on top fuel vehicles was just for those parcels of land being right in the middle of town, or if they were through the whole city. But again, I think part of a master planning process that the city of Kingman would need to be approached to see if it's a citywide thing, if it was at that state trust land or somewhere like that was still within the city of Kingman, that they would be amenable to modifying those ordinances that were passed many, many years ago.
Mr. Chairman.
County Manager.
Mr. Chairman, board members, let me see if I can formulate staff's expectations. We set out with discipline to provide you this report that presents the 5 areas with the space needed to operate each one of them. What we're seeking is really some direction. We have had discussions about the fairground. It truly boils down to the fairground is what it is today. We either keep it there or we move it. But in order for the board to make an informed decision, the board directed staff to go and do this needs assessment. The needs assessment is presented to you in those 5 buckets. So I think we're really, before we get into the discussion of where, and that's what we tried to do. I'm not saying there's only one way to do it, but the path that we followed was let's bifurcate those 2. Let's not select the site now. Let's go to the board, present those venues, and give the board chance to consider. I think the board can say, I'm just speaking in general terms, the board can say, we like what we received from the ad hoc committee, and our vision as a board is to provide the residents of Mojave County all those opportunities in the future. So that if that is indeed the case, then we know we need a minimum of 300 acres, and we'll know we've got a starting point. If the board, on the other hand, says we have had the fair, the Home and Garden Show, and the rodeo, and those are basically the only function we're interested in, now we know what the board expectations are. And if that is the case, then we can stay in the current site and update it to make it current and more modern, or we can still move. But at least if those are the only ones that you want, then we can stay where we are. If you want all 5 of them, staying where we are at is a moot point. We would need to find a site, and it could be wherever the board votes one to be. We can continue to search. So what I was really truly hoping through the previous discussion with you and the work of this ad hoc committee is to come back to you and get some direction and your vision for this county. There are so many steps ahead of us: locating a site, securing the infrastructure needed, talking cost, identifying revenues, and yada, yada. So the master planning is really the natural step if that is where the board wants to go. So before we get to the next item, on this item, again, what I on behalf of staff, I'm just trying to articulate what we what we set out to do and present you with, and that is a set of venues with the space needed for each of them. You can tell us you want them all, or you only want the ones we've had, or maybe some other combination. It's in your hands. But I think really, if we want to continue to do something about the fairground, we would appreciate, we look up to you for some guidance.
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Langenfelter.
Thank you, Chairman Gould. I think when we read the needs assessment that was put together, the report, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think motorsports was number one, followed by the equestrian that people were looking for here. And as the citizens representatives, we're doing zero motorsports right now at our county fairgrounds. Is that accurate, Steve? The top 1 and 2 uses were motorsports, followed by the equestrian and the rodeo?
Chairman Gould, Supervisor Lingenfelter, there was no particular priority that we could recall with staff that was established by the ad hoc committee. The ad hoc committee was basically presented with the 5 categories as a whole, as an aggregate, and more or less consented to those 5 anchor venues as being reasonable for fairgrounds, but at no time was there really a formal ranking or priority given to them.
I thought I had seen that the survey respondents noted motorsports the most. Is that not accurate?
I'm going to defer to Barbara, because this comes out of the public surveys that was done by county staff. So Barbara.
Thank you. Chairman Gould, Supervisor Lingenfelter. What you're referring to, I believe, is the responses to the online surveys, where we did have 91 respondents out of the 112. When you looked at how many of those wanted motorsports and entertainment value, 75% of those 91 respondents, 38% of the 75% is for motorsports, and 37% was for like a music concert venue, followed up with 53% of the 91 for the exposition and community event center, followed by the equine and carnival at 41% each.
Thank you very much. That is what I'm referring to. And so just by the survey results, by the ideas, the final report, you know, the acreage that's required, the uses that people want to see here in Mojave County, I think that we do need to go forward with a master plan. That's all I want to say.
Other questions or comments? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and move on to item 45. Yeah, you're right. Let's have public comment. Gary Cox.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jerry Cox. I live in Golden Valley. Today's the first that I've heard anyone make a hard look at the Golden Valley as a potential site. I've heard a lot of Golden Valley being the, possible location, and then people say, well, don't look at the site, don't look at the site. So I'm glad to have heard somebody else has made some hard consideration of that. The community concerns of the needs and facilities of a new location of the fairgrounds and tentative proposal to relocate it to the community of Golden Valley's Walnut Creek Estates neighborhood in the Sacramento Valley seems that it might be ill-conceived and ill-prepared, that it would move it from its current site to separated parcels of BLM lands surrounding, though not seemingly including, the Wild Horse and Burro Corral off Shinnerump Road in Golden Valley. These proposed parcels are immediately adjacent to the north of the Walnut Creek Estates neighborhood of Golden Valley, which is near the mile 44 Shinnerump Road access to the Interstate 40. The shared neighborhood concerns are as follows. With proposals of a new fairgrounds location of more than 4 times and the hint of up to as many as 10 times the acreage of the current site, ideas have been bandied about for a wide variety of new money-making events and accommodations such as you've just reviewed, the motorsports complex replete with a drag strip, as well as dirt circle, oval, figure eight, motocross tracks, and arenas suitable for monster trucks. The gentleman who was addressing in the ad hoc committee said that it would require a full 640-acre section, 1 square mile, not including parking, in order to accommodate everything that people were asking for just for the motorsports. Rodeo grounds and arenas, indoors and out for a variety of shows and events. All of these, the proposal seems to fail to consider the overall well-being and property values of the homeowners of Walnut Creek Estates, which is a densely occupied neighborhood of Golden Valley consisting of a few hundred homes. Other significant challenges to their quality of life to be considered are the health and comfort challenges of elevated dust levels and increased related medical problems such as valley fever, conjunctivitis, as well as cardiac and pulmonary diseases like silicosis and asthma. The increased traffic congestion and decreased traffic safety in the vicinity of a neighborhood which has only a single paved street that accesses the Oatman Road. Shinnerump Road is also one of only a half dozen paved roads out of Golden Valley and is the only secondary route to and from Kingman when Highway US 93 through Coyote Pass is jammed, which has become increasingly frequent. There are increased levels of noise to consider. Wildlife, PTS veterans, sensitive pets, and other persons will not be endeared to being exposed to higher noise levels in a quiet area. And of course, increased crime associated with a significant increase, a number of people drawn to this. Since my time is up, I will be happy to email this to you. I first wrote it a month or so ago. It's been through several editions since then, but as I said, I'm part of a group that is not in favor of it. The infrastructure seems to be not there for water, for, you know, accommodating all the drainages and what to do with effluent sewage of, you know, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people in a community that is on septic systems, save for a single 180 home development under construction. So thank you for your time.
Questions for the speaker? Hearing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Miller.
Chairman Gould, Supervisors, my name is Elizabeth Miller. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I believe Mojave County assumed control of the current fairgrounds in January 2020. At the May 16th Board of Supervisors meeting, the agenda item approving acceptance of the BLM land on Chinook Road for the new location of the fairgrounds was removed. Instead, an ad hoc committee was formed of stakeholders to determine how much land was actually needed. In June, the ad hoc committee discussed acreage needed could be as much as 640 acres, finally deciding on 300 acres in their report. I have concerns about the relocation of the fairgrounds. Recently, I sent each of you a letter outlining my concerns. Now I have more questions. It took only 4 months for the Board of Supervisors to decide to relocate the fairgrounds to Shinnebuck Road. Why was the rush? Is the BLM dangling a carrot of low-cost land? Has the county considered any location other than Shinnebuck Road? If not, why not? Did you act too fast in making the recommendation for the BLM land? How will the county determine how much money they can afford to spend to acquire land and develop new fairgrounds? Is there currently money in the budget? If so, how much? Will property and other taxes need to be increased to purchase land and construct new fairgrounds? Has an environmental impact statement been prepared for the Shinnerup location? If not, will one be conducted? Items to consider include, but not limited to, water, sewer, power, traffic, safety, as well as an impact on the open range cattle, the wild horse and burro corrals, and the adjacent neighborhood of Walnut Creek Estates. I'm especially concerned about the water. Will the county drill new wells? Will the county take water from our Walnut Creek Water Company? How much water does the county plan to use for the fairgrounds, and how will it be used? Drinking and sanitary use is a given. What about water for animals, for fair exhibits and rodeos, vendors and exhibitors? What about dust control? The motorsports person said in the past he has used 3 water trucks continuously to control dust for his events. Is the county going to use drinking water for dust control? What does the Arizona State Water Resources Department say about using drinking water for non-drinking purposes, especially with the current drastic drought and water shortages in the western states? I am not the only one from Walnut Creek Estates who does not want the fairgrounds located so close to our quiet, semi-rural neighborhood. Many other residents are equally concerned, as you can verify by the numerous signatures on petitions submitted to the board. Please find another area in the county for this endeavor. Don't destroy our neighborhood and way of life. Thank you very much.
Questions for the speaker? Supervisor Johnson?
No, I have a question for the chairman. At some point, did we decide on placing the fairgrounds out on Shinnerup?
I do not believe that vote.
I don't think we've made any decision on any location. I think you folks are wasting your time on.
Okay, well, it was my impression that the agenda item was removed from the vote for the May 16th Board of Supervisors meeting, and the ad hoc committee was formed at that time.
The ad hoc was formed to just come back with an idea of what we wanted to see, or what could be at a proposed fairground. So now we're accepting what they've said, and just like you said, and Supervisor Lingenfelter and County Manager, everybody else, we have to decide, you know, what kind of money we have, what kind of budget we have, then we're gonna have to decide what we want on that facility, and then we'll have to look for land.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
But we know where people don't want it. You're aware of that.
Well, when I looked at the property line, which is right across the street from my back door's neighbor's fence, I thought, I don't want high-fuel dragsters running up and down the road there. The decibel range can be up to 150, 175 dB, and anything over 70 can damage hearing for any length of time. So,
Thank you, ma'am.
thank you.
Scotty McClure.
I think that you should put this on the agenda to not build out there at Walnut Creek Estates on BLM land. I think you ought to decide, you cannot build out there. What we're doing and trading Don Laughlin's $7 million properties, his 4 properties for, you know, that place down there in Bullhead, it's taken us years, and he made us wait 5 years before we could even discuss it. So here it's been about 8 years. With all the ropes and strings you got on there, it's strings attached, BLM ain't gonna go along with you at all. So you need to remove this, go ahead and have a meeting on it, put it on the agenda and say that this one's out. Building all these wells, 2 wells, and you have stats in this of how much some of this could cost. Get rid of the estates. It's a NIMBY thing, not my backyard. Future growth, current needs of the county. I'm gonna try and, you got 18 spaces out there at the current place here that you could rent, and they did rent them during the rodeo, some of them. You need to clean them up to start with and make them a lot better. I wouldn't rent, well, I don't know what you charge for them, but they're in pretty bad, you know, like mow the lawn or the weeds, I guess you'd call them. This NRHA, wait a minute, let me get to this one thing here with these 91 respondents. You're going along with 91 whole people in this county out of 200,000 plus. They want motorsports and entertainment venues, that's 75%. 38 wanted 38% wanted motorsports out of 91 whole people in this whole county. You guys have been rushing this thing. Buster wanted to take about 5 years to do this. And boy, when that BLM land came up, one place wants a miscellaneous water bottle filling station. Oh boy, am I excited about that crap. Who took this survey? Oh, this ad hoc committee. Boy, that's just, motorsports should be, I don't know, when they have NASCAR races, I think all those venues are privately owned racetracks. That's what it should be. You guys should, if that guy that was here last meeting wants it, then let him build it. And we'll send we have all these venues in Bullhead. The Avi has that big building. If you want to put a concert on, go down there and rent it. Same thing with our field house.
Thank you, sir. Thomas Morrison.
Chairman, members of the board, supervisors, thank you very much for having me. I'll make this, I try to avoid situations like this where public speaking is out of my forte. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for an opening prayer that was heartfelt, because God plays a tremendous part in my life. And Supervisor Bishop, you eloquently addressed everyone here with the criticisms that have been angled towards you. I'm not on Facebook, so I don't have any access until the last couple of weeks to what has been written about our neighborhood. But I just moved down here. I helped move my parents into Walnut Creek Estates about 14 years ago. And I have no public speaking experience, so I'd make this as short as possible. When I moved them here, it's so quiet, it's peaceful. And about 4 years ago, my mom passed, and my dad was by himself. It was a no-brainer for us to leave Alaska and move down here to be with Dad. And it is peace and tranquility where we're 4 blocks down and 1 block over from Dad. It was a no-brainer. If you guys get a chance, come out. If you know anybody that's out there, I'll set you up a room. You can come out and stay a week at my place. It's dark, it's quiet. It's so quiet you can hear your thoughts. Lingfeld, you brought up quite a few really good points. Police response time that's out there. That is definitely going to be at the top of the priority list. We have a fire station right there on Route 66. As I've noticed since I've been there. I've only been here for about 14 months, but built our retirement home here. One thing I can tell you is just over the hill is a shooting range. You can hear the guns go off over there. And when somebody comes in with a .50 caliber, you can hear the acoustics. If you guys are thinking about concert venues or motocross sports, come on out. I'll put you at one side of the neighborhood, which are all 1-acre lots, and I'll go to the other side of the neighborhood and honk my horn. You'll be able to hear me. The acoustics between the two mountains, it's just going to be insane for everyone that lives in Walnut Creek. So it's just something to consider, okay? I guess that's my time's up, so thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thomas Heathington.
My name's Thomas Etherington. I was born and raised in Kingman. I've lived at Walnut Creek for 20 years. Totally against the fairgrounds coming out. We do have 237 signatures. I think you all got a packet with the signatures from the neighborhood because we turned them in at the office on Friday. I think Walnut Creek's the wrong spot to put the fairgrounds. You'll destroy a nice, quiet neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alexander McAfee.
Thank you, Chairman Gould and Board of Supervisors. I have a prepared statement. I'd just like to let you know that when I say we in this statement, I believe I speak for many people who live in Walnut Creek Estates, but I mostly speak on behalf of my family and the voting taxpaying constituents in my house. We, the people of Walnut Creek Estates, are against relocating the Mojave County Fairgrounds adjacent to our community. I know that the county manager, as well as Supervisor Johnson, has mentioned that the placement of the new fairgrounds is not up for discussion as of yet. If so, then why was that mentioned? Why was Walnut Creek mentioned in the ad hoc committee report in the first place? You seem to be starting problems where problems don't need to be at the moment. We should cross that bridge when we get there. However, since it has been mentioned, I will let you know a little bit about myself and my family. My name is Alex McAfee. My wife, Lori Jo, and our family have lived in Walnut Creek for over 10 years. We love our community. We also love our city of Kingman and are proud residents of Mojave County. I have been a resident of Mojave County for over 26 years, and my wife was actually born in Kingman at the hospital when it was located where Lee Williams High School now is. We have worked, played, and volunteered in our community, and we have a large family and religious presence here and always will. We understand the need to move the county fairgrounds out of the residential area it currently is in. This has been a topic for discussion for several years. I know firsthand the issues that are currently plaguing the residents of Kingman, as well as the growth restrictions that are on it. We have several family members who live in close proximity to the fairgrounds. What we can understand is why this board, on recommendations from the ad hoc committee, would even consider moving the fairgrounds from one residential area to another residential area, when there are several other areas better suited for the fairgrounds, to include the state lands that Supervisor Lingerfelter mentioned. From my point of view, here are some reasons that may be coming into effect. The ad hoc committee never spoke to any residents in Walnut Creek. We are your constituents. We are the taxpayers. We put many of you in office, of which the ad hoc committee works for. It baffles me why we were never asked or consulted with concerning the committee's recommendations. The Board of Supervisors seems to be or may be working for their own agenda and not the will of the people. The ad hoc committee may be listening to special interest groups over the constituents of the Board of Supervisors representatives, who they represent. The fact that the Board of Supervisors or the ad hoc committee in general is trying to reduce our petition to one vote per household when there are several voters and constituents in that household, I would think that this practice is illegal, has something to do with voting. The ad hoc committee, using the results and opinions from a third grade class of students at Black Mountain, whom are not eligible voters or constituents, as a means to manipulate the Board of Supervisors and the community members. Also, the ad hoc committee report states several anchor examples, all showing the fairgrounds away from residential areas did very well, while fairgrounds near residential areas show higher rates of crime, to include property crime, violent crime. They even had to make a special department just to handle noise complaints. As a constituent, we the people of Walnut Creek demand that you reconsider the agenda item. We advise you, our elected representatives, to listen to us. This means you must keep us involved in the process, not shut us out or change the rules to meet your agenda. Do not think for one second that we are not educated, well-informed, or concerned with this process. We are, and we will make a stand on our values. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Ad hoc committees have no authority, by the way. Have a nice day. On to item 45.
May I make one more comment in response to Supervisor?
Sure. Come on up.
The reason I got involved in this was because I saw a map of the Mojave County Exploring New Fairgrounds, and it shows the BLM land adjacent to our Walnut Creek Estates that was being considered by the Board of Supervisors. This is why I thought you were very seriously looking at our location. Why else would this map be on the internet? I can't make it bigger on my phone?
No, I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
No, and we're considering the location, but we're considering other locations
Okay.
too. That was just the location that staff brought forward. And you folks have done a good job in letting us know that you don't want that venue there, and I commend you for doing it. The other option is people don't do anything, and then you build something, and then they come and complain about you building something. So
Well, it's like, if you move next to an airport, you know you're going to have noise. If the development, if the airport is put out in a rural area and people build around the airport, they have no right to complain.
Sure.
And this seems to be a similar situation.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you folks brought your complaints to our attention, because I certainly wouldn't want to put something.
But that's why
someplace
I thought you were considering it,
Sure.
because of the map.
Sure, and if you hesitated, who knows? What would happen?
So, thank you very much for
Thank
your
you, ma'am.
consideration.
Thanks for coming down.
All right.
Item 45. Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Thank you, Chairman Gould. And for the sake of time, again, I think that the needs assessment report that was put together by the staff is just a natural segue into a master planning process, not considering a specific site, but rather continuing to work with the anchor tenants, seeing what sort of public-private development agreements are going to be possible. Maybe the county negotiates a series of public-private partnerships for development of certain facilities, and you lease out a portion of a master site someday. I don't know. I mean, that's just thinking out loud, but there's a lot of different ways to make sure that developing something that's going to last and it's going to be something that you can have multiple events on at the same time. It's going to work for everybody, that it doesn't all fall on the burden of county taxpayers. I mean, there's a lot of private organizations out there that want to do things, concerts, motorsports, equestrians, events. I'd really like to see public-private development agreements explored, and what kind of facilities we need, what kind of infrastructure we need, all that location stuff. So this item is to authorize staff to do a request for proposal for, it says 10-year master plan, but I would say 5 and 10-year master plan, with the funding to come from last year's fiscal year Economic Development Commerce Fund, which was carried over into this fiscal year. The county needed a $1.5 million cushion, and we gave them 2.5. So I think that that Economic Development Commerce Fund should be used for an economic development project that is going to be a direct benefit of the citizens, and not just to one company or 2 companies for some sort of an incentive like that. So I think this is a worthy economic development project for those funds. I think that there's over $237,000 in that fund right now. I would say maybe $100,000 maximum, $75,000 to $100,000 maximum for a master plan.
Supervisor Bishop.
Chairman Gold, has anyone talked to the Economic Development Director about using these funds for other purposes? I think not.
That was a question to me.
To anybody that can answer that.
Okay. I just wasn't sure if you were addressing that question to me, because there's probably better people to ask that question of. Like the county manager.
So my question was, the Economic Development Commerce Fund is for economic development. Has the Economic Development Director been involved in discussions?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisors,
Okay.
Tammy Ersenbach, our Economic Development Director, was here earlier. I don't see her in the audience. She has not communicated to me that any discussion has taken place with her related to this.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion?
I would make a motion that we table this item indefinitely because we don't have a budget to go forward. That would be my motion. I mean, we decided not to use the 2.5 million for going forward, so why would we do a study?
Supervisor Angus? All right, it looked like you were going to say something, sorry.
Well, I agree with kind of both of you. I think, you know, we put off some of this stuff, so at the very least, maybe table it for a period of time. Since you were concerned about the economic development, we can get her back and seeing if that is, she has some of that money planned for other things, because I know that it's important for you too. That would just be my suggestion, is just table it until we can get more information.
Supervisor Johnson?
You can just take no action, then it can be brought back, but we did it early this morning. I didn't say that we can't table, we only can continue. Table has to be done at the same meeting. So. I assumed our attorney was going to pick up on that, but I'm still waiting, so.
I will withdraw that motion then, and let's just continue it.
So
County Manager Elders?
I am, forgive me, board members, but I am thoroughly confused. I'm lost, in fact.
Thank you. I think we are too.
I don't really know what is expected of staff. My job is to provide you what you look for, and right now I don't know what you're looking for. I was hoping as a result of this report that you would communicate with us your expectations and your visions so we can move with them. I am not hearing that, and I'm not trying to be pushy. I really am not. I want to make sure we're responsive. In the absence of any direction or any specific decision, we're pausing. We're not doing anything. We're just going to continue to do what is absolutely minimally necessary to continue to operate at the current site, because that is what you told us you expected us to do, and that's what we'll do. But we also told you those improvements that we're making are very minimal in nature. They do not enable us to operate, to carry on the functions that are needed. We either need to make substantial improvements at the current location or do something different. And I'm just looking for direction. If you want us to bring it back, we will bring it back. It's better for the county and the taxpayers and you, the board, for us to understand your expectations so we can deliver on those.
Supervisor Angus.
I'm with Sam. I'm very confused. Earlier today, we basically said we're shoving it down. We're not going forward with it. So we're going to keep continuing talking about it for future, or like, I don't understand. I was surprised we even talked about the last two items. I thought that they would just kind of be moot at this point.
So Supervisor Angus, thank you. The item in the budget process, what the board approved to remove were the $2.5 million for infrastructure. There are multiple steps that are needed to get to infrastructure, to selecting a site, and to providing you information related to cost and the likes. I'm really not trying to push in any one direction. I just want to understand what the direction is. If indeed the board wants to do nothing and want to continue at the current site, by all means, we will carry on with the current function. We will, but it helps us to provide the taxpayer a facility that is suitable, and in order for it to be suitable, certain improvements need to be made. And if we're going to make improvements for 2 to 3 years, like we agreed to or we discussed earlier, until a decision is made, we were going to just maintain safe conditions. I think a master plan is necessary, whether we're going to stay at this facility or go on to the next one. We need to tell you what is needed to operate it in long-term into the future, if that is the decision. Right now, and I don't mean to be pushy, and please forgive me, and I'm happy to just leave it here, but we leave it here with the understanding that we don't have a direction. We're not sure where the board wants to go with this. We removed the $2.5 million from the budget, that I understand, but what are we going to do with the fairground? Is it staying in its current facility? Do we need to explore some options? That I thought that was really the intent of the needs assessment report and the ad hoc committee.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Johnson.
I don't think we're on that item anymore. We moved on to Supervisor Lingenfelter's item. I think there was no action taken on the questions you have, County Manager. I mean, my recommendation would be just to take no action on this and then come back. Everybody put together an idea that they have, give them time to think about it after what we've done today. And, you know, it's nothing that's earth-shaking today. So. Unless we want to go ahead with Walnut Creek, and then.
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Thank you. As Manager Elters noted, whether or not we choose to go move it to a larger footprint or to continue to operate where we're at right now on 70 acres, we don't have a master plan right now. Either one to follow tomorrow or 2 years from now, 5, 10 years from now, we don't have a master plan. So I think we need a master plan. I think it is two different things to say, okay, we took the capital budget away, $2.5 million, but I don't think that it makes any sense to stop the conversations with the anchor tenants on what kind of final facilities they would need, are public-private partnerships, negotiated development agreements, are those even possible? What can they bring to the table? If we were to say, okay, we have this many acres and we're going to sublease you, we're going to lease you a portion of that under a development agreement, and you're going to agree to go out and get private funding or hold a number of events to pay those things off with. I mean, those types of conversations I think still need to go forward if we're going to accept the needs assessment that basically says we need 300 acres sometime in the future. And I do think that the Economic Development Commerce Fund, that was something that I actually advocated for my first year on the board. And the concept was when vacant land goes to either commercial or industrial, the first year that changed tax assessment, 25% of that would go into a fund for economic development. And I think that motorsports, the equestrian, the rodeo stuff, all that stuff is tourism. And if you talk to Tammy, I think tourism is one of her big goals. Expanded fairgrounds is going to help her tourism. So I think it's a valid expense rather than corporate welfare where you just give it to one company to come here. Although sometimes that helps. I'd like to see this come back with, perhaps from staff with a scope and a proposed budget for master planning, no matter what. So if that requires no action, then we just ask Manager Elters and his staff to bring some sort of a master planning item to us in the future. I'd be okay with that too. Thank you.
Further comments?
As you consider voting on that, I'm sorry, I am not very thick. I do understand things. But as an engineer, I like to think of your master plan for a function, a purpose, a direction. I'm really asking for, I'm seeking direction, just so if indeed you do vote on a master plan, I would know what we're master planning and then provide it. And if we need to come back to it, maybe I'm just slow today and not understanding.
Chairman Gould?
Supervisor Langenfelder.
I know it's been a long day, but at the very least, what I would hope that would encompass or include, some sort of a master plan would include is, we've had all these ideas. Some of these ideas are not going to be feasible or practical. Which ones are? Who are the anchor tenants that we're going to be working with in the future? Who are the motorsports groups? Who are the equestrian groups? Who are these other groups? Is some sort of a hotel or a fueling facility, is that something that the county wants to pursue? What sort of public-private development agreements are going to be possible to be negotiated with these types of people? What sort of facilities do they want to run? How are they going to be paid for? How are they going to be built? What's the infrastructure demand for those final list of facilities that these people want? What do they need for water, sewer, electric, natural gas, fiber? I mean, all these questions that the needs assessment doesn't even touch upon. And I think that that's important no matter if we stay in the 70 acres that we have now, rather than just float along on a breeze, or we actually plan for the future 5-10 years and just have some sort of a document that brings everybody on the same page and eliminates the confusion that Manager Elters is having, because we need something.
Chairman Gould.
Supervisor Bishop.
I'd like to make a motion that we authorize staff to do a master plan for the fairgrounds remaining at its current location.
I'll second for discussion.
For that motion in second. Any discussion?
So under discussion, Chairman Gould, it's obvious that Walnut Creek is not accepting the concept of the fairgrounds being near their homes. It's the closest location that we could identify that's close to Kingman, as well as accessible to Lake Havasu and Bullhead City. So with that being off the table, the state land that Supervisor Lingenfelter has been pushing is in the city of Kingman, and I think it really, if we're going to move the fairgrounds, it has to be in the unincorporated area so that we have control. So if those are our only two feasible options, then I say let's fix up the fairgrounds where it is, make it the best fairgrounds that we can have at its current location, and just go forward.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Johnson.
The reason I seconded that motion was kind of to get us off dead center, but if we're going to have staff do a master plan, I have no problem with that. It shouldn't cost any money except their time. It might give us an idea of, you know, once they come up with a master plan and we decide, hey, this is just too small, this is not what we want as a county to have. But at the same time, maybe it'll say, you know, because what we're missing, I think, is how much does a rodeo cost? So we don't know the infrastructure costs. We can always guess, but rodeo stadium and stuff costs us. I mean, I think we're looking at $40 million. You know, we got to decide where that money's going to come from, or, you know, like looking at a new car. You know, we can all look at everything we like until we decide how much money we have, and I think that's the money's going to be the biggest thing. So it'll waste a lot of people's time, I think, with coming to meetings when we don't really have any idea where we're going. I mean, I don't know if Supervisor Bishop's study would help, you know, us with other places, because obviously at that location we only can do what they have now, probably fairgrounds, and, you know, if they tore stuff down they could do something else, but if people would think that was helpful or not. But I was hoping she was going to motion to adjourn, but.
Well, I think we have to keep in mind that wherever this fairgrounds is located, and we keep being told that it can go anywhere, but you have to have access to infrastructure. You just can't put it out in the middle of the desert and expect utilities to be there and sewer and water and everything. You have to develop these things, so you have to take that into consideration. So we can't just put it in the middle of the desert. It has to be close to something where we can connect to. Unless you want an off-the-grid fairgrounds, I guess we could build solar.
As long as you don't want air conditioning. Supervisor Amos.
For me, this whole idea of a new fairgrounds with everything that goes with it is so low priority in what government is supposed to do, what Mojave County is supposed to do. So, I don't see it happening in the foreseeable future. So if you wanted to, just talk about what we can do to make what we got better, I'm for that.
So there's the motion and a second.
You've heard that motion. Any further discussion?
Yeah, public comment.
Okay. Somebody didn't put their name on the form, but they live at 2450 North, looks like Arapahoe. Yep. Could be Apache.
Chairman, member of the board. My name is George Cook. I own a lot out in Walnut Creek, 2927 West Mechanical Road. I was planning on building my new house out there, but since I got wind of this fairgrounds moving in that area, I decided I'm going to wait until I have a final decision on where they're going to put the fairgrounds. My suggestion is the airport. There's 1,800 acres out at the airport. You have infrastructure, you have ingress, egress from I-40, you have ingress, egress from Demon Crossing Interchange, you have the extension of Airway, and you'll have Route 66. All the infrastructure is already there, and you have 1,800 acres. That's my suggestion. Consider that, and you could lease the land off of the city, and that would help the city with revenue. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Jean Liss.
I'm sure I'm the last one. Chairman, board. My name is Jean Liss, and I live in Kingman. I don't think that the Kingman Fairgrounds should be moved where there's any residential community. The reason for that is because it's going to increase the noise, the traffic, the safety, the crime, the parking, and also the possibility of the residential area going down in value. After serving 12 years on the Kingman Airport Authority Board, I know that the land is available in the airport. I think that is a perfect location because of all the access and also the ability to lease the land just like you can with a BLM land. The other feature is you've got an airport out there. By increasing what we do have to even making it better, we could be drawing people in through the airport to bring more revenue into the community. And I think that's important. And I would hope that you would look at all of these facts before you ever think about putting it near a residential community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Scotty McClure.
when you started this discussion a few months ago, you haven't even given Mr. Lukowski here a whole year to come up with numbers for you. I've been to 100 times. I've been to that fairgrounds out there for auctions. He has between 10 and 15 a year. I've been going to him for 10 years. That's 100 times plus. Never have I seen the toilet plugged up. You have a sign here in the men's bathroom that says out of order. How old is this building? That one's 70 years old out there and the plumbing still works. Never have I seen a plugged up toilet out there. You got one here? So what the heck? There's nothing wrong with it. I don't know why we need to fix this up out there. It's okay. We're out there to buy something. We're out there to 4-H. BMX, they're not worried about the color of the walls. You know, I don't know, as long as the electric's okay out there, which I'm not sure about that, but the toilet's fine.
That one urinal's no good, though.
Well, it's cracked. You can still piss in it. And it'll go down because there's a hole in it. Just don't throw a beer can down there. If this guy, Brian DeVincenzi, Route 66 drags, let them do it themselves. We don't need, those people that live out there in that neighborhood know that the noise is there when they bought the place. The fairgrounds are 70 years old. Those houses are only about 40, some of them. If the realtor didn't tell them that, then the realtor screwed up and they ought to be, well, whatever. They know when they rent there or live there or buy there, it's there. You threw this ad hoc committee just right at everybody. Like I say, the field house and the Abbey are down there for any rock and roll. You put a live rock and roll band out there, like out there at Shrimp, and you do the decibel things, those horses will go ape. I used to play in a rock and roll band, and we went outside one time to practice, and the sheriffs were there shutting us down because of our guitars. Those horses were in the corrals. You know, we lived out in the country, but it was for miles and miles around. These horses had never heard an electric guitar before. You do that out there, you'll hear it all the way to the top of the hill, to the prison, down to your house. If you've got animals out there, they will hear it. Dogs hear things. And animals, horses will go nuts out there because they've never heard of that. I've seen horses go crazy because they've never seen a cow before. They take off because they're scared of something they've never seen before. So just, I don't know why we need all this crap. Just leave it as is. Let Larry do his job for a year or two, then bring it back.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion on the floor. Want to restate the motion, Madam Clerk?
Chairman Gold, the motion is to authorize staff to do a master plan to stay at the current location.
You've heard that motion. Any further discussion?
Chairman Gold.
Supervisor Bishop.
I just realized that we kind of have a master plan that was given to the Board of Supervisors in 2016. It's called the Visionary Plan for Mojave County Fairgrounds, AKA Mojave County Equestrian and Exposition Center. It's prepared by Mojave County Parks, Hal Barton, Parks Administrator, and Jeremy Palmer, Parks Planner. So maybe staff can take this and update it. And anyway, that's not part of my motion. I just wanted to call that to your attention.
Thank you, Supervisor. You've heard that motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
You guys appear to have it. You have it. So ordered. Anything else for the good of the order? Hearing none.
Motion to adjourn.
We're adjourned.